everyone. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to all in the flight sim world. Welcome back, everyone. This is Viper Strike 95 Flight Simulation, and today we're doing the 10th leg of the trip of our DC-3 flights. Yes, we're doing leg 10 of our trip. And today we're going to be heading into India today, into the central part of India today, in Nagpur. We're back here in Karachi today. We're going to get an early morning departure here out of Karachi. It's great to see you guys. We're back in our Breitling DC-3. So it's great to have you guys here. So let's go over for the flight plan for today. Today's flight plan is a little longer than the one we had on Sunday. But this is the penultimate one to one of the longest legs of the trip. We're going to take off here back at Jinnah International, the largest international airport in Pakistan. From there, we'll climb up to 11,000 feet for this one, and that's because of the notes. We cross into the border between Pakistan and India through the Sir Creek. Then we'll fly straight the rest of the way into Nagpur. In central India, we'll be flying over quite a few areas, including the Satpura National Park, and make our way over to Victor Alpha November Papa, Nagpur Airport. So that's going to be on the flight. It's going to be a simple one. Hello, OPKC-VANP, good to see you, and Super Typhon, great to see you too. I'm going to give a quick shout out to OPKC-VANP, who just came in the chat. If you guys love bush flying and flying in the backcountry, why not join the largest bush community here on Twitch, the Bush Flyers? OPKC-VANP's channel has been amazing. Great to see you, my friend. It's great. I'm doing very well, so we're getting ready for our DC-3 trip. But before we get started, let me go ahead and grab my book. The legendary DC-3 book. This is what we're using for today's journey. Why is that not shown? Oh, there it is. There it is. She's showing up. Here it is. So I got the notes here from the book. So let me read them to you. I got the notes posted on the screen with you too, so you guys can look at it. But this is the notes for today's flight. Here it is. Although it is an early departure, temperatures were already in the mid-20s. The aircraft performed flawlessly and climbed up to our cruising altitude of 11,000 feet. This cleared altitude was right on the limit of the aircraft's performance at this heavyweight, but we have no choice, as it was the minimum altitude that the ATC allowed us to fly across Pakistan. After a 5.5-hour flight, they made their way into Nagpur, India. As we opened the cabin door, we could feel the immediate 40 degrees Celsius temperature warm up the cool cabin. They got off the aircraft to greet the handling agent who was waiting for us. Francisco asked Paul and Dana how they felt. The reply was clear. None of them felt well. As they flew out at high altitude during this flight, the aft gas contained had vented some vapors into the cabin. So they weren't feeling well. They had some VIP media flights planned for the following day. They had reconfigured the cabin, removed the additional fuel tanks, and put 14 passenger seats, so a lot of people could actually fly. And there was also some kids who were patiently waiting for the plane to make their way into Nagpur. They've been following the entire journey. Two of the kids told them they want to be pilots one day and told them that Daniel and I started aircraft spots before joining flight school. And that's why they wanted to do the world tour, was to motivate the next generation involved in aviation. And then the people of Nagpur gave a very warm welcome to the crew in the hotel, and the representatives of Breitling gave them the program for the next day with guest and media flights all across the city. As soon as they got to the room, unfortunately, after the media flights, it turns out that they couldn't get the avgas in Bangladesh, and that there was no avgas fuel in Bangladesh, so they were pretty furious about that. After all, they received pre-ordering the fuel in reserve for them, but apparently they couldn't find the avgas. So they were stuck in a difficult position, and once they did hear, they knew originally their plan was to fly from Nagpur to Chittagong to Bangkok to Phuket, but now they have to resolve everything. And the closest place to reach avgas was for the next trip is in Chiang Mai. north of Thailand, as it was originally on the route. But it was the only way they can get to Avgas when it was possible. So this sets up everything for that long flight into Chiang Mai. So that is the notes to set up for the trip. By the way, guys, this is a group flight, so you're all more than welcome to join along with us. Exclamation point info. We are at the Southeast Asia server. So we're going to take the good old Douglas DC-3. We are going to cruise around 160, 170 knots. We're not going to go super fast in our DC-3. So let's get back to the cockpit. Let's go ahead and turn on the ground power. On. I've already filled up with max fuel tanks. Moving. We're going to go ahead. Lanes. We're going to go ahead and put the power on. Pumps. So there you go. We're now going to get ready to, let's go. Engines, right engine first. We're going to get the engines on first. I forgot to put the power all the way forward and practice. So we're going to get the engines on. There it is. Here she is. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's everything. We can then turn on the battery power. Battery on, and we can turn off the ground power. All right. We're ready to get taxiing then. Pretty easy. DC-3 is pretty simple. We're going to take off from runway 07 right. It's great to see you guys here. I hope you guys have had a great weekend so far with the stream. So we're going to go make our way over to activate the flow. My flow has autopilot function, so this is going to come really handy for this flight. We're going to go a heading of 120 degrees. So that's going to be our heading, and then our altitude is we're going to cruise to 11,000 feet. Now the reason I'm using autopilot on flow is that it's just much easier to adjust altitude than using the gyro pilot. And plus, the DC-3 thing they flew on the journey is with a retrofit cockpit. But since retrofit cockpit can't turn a heading, can't do altitude hold and all that, it's just easier to do it here. There we go, 11,000 feet. So, by the way, guys, we're taking off here from Oscar Papa Kilo Charlie. We'll be taking off here very shortly. If you guys want to join in, I'm on Southeast Asia server. And if you want to pick a plane recommended, it is recommended to take a Douglas DC-3. But if you don't have, I mean, all of us should have a Douglas DC-3. But if you prefer something else, there is the Lockheed Electra that should go around 160, 170 knots. And the Boeing 247 are from a similar time period. Or you could just take any plane that you want that can get around these speeds. So basically, you're not limited to what planes your guys are going to be taking. All right, let's go ahead and get this bad boy taken off. Hey, Sergeant Staff, great to see you, my friend. Check out Sergeant Staff's channel. Check out Sergeant Staff's channel. A really good friend of mine in the community. He does a lot of really good stuff. He's currently done a shipwreck project in the Great Lakes, and I think he's currently working on a new project. So if you like this sort of stuff, check out Sergeant Staff's channel. And we're off in the PC. Autopilot on, heading vertical speed 900. Ah, yeah, you announced on Friday. You are doing ocean liners, the jets of their day. Ooh, the ocean. Nice. That's really cool. There's quite a few ocean liner wrecks there to explore there, Sergeant Staff. I think it's quite a few you can explore. Are the ocean liner stuff in the United States, or are you doing ones internationally, or both? Because there's multiple ocean liner wrecks. Because like I said, there's all the world over. Not necessarily wrecks, but the world over. Ah, gotcha. That makes sense. But yeah, definitely go check out Sergeant Staff's channel. But yeah, definitely go check out his channel. He makes some really good content. So we're flying our way out of Karachi. We're gonna head our way over to Nagpur, but first we're going to cross over into the border with India. That should be 106 nautical miles to our next waypoint, and then we can do the rest of the thing in India. So definitely, the first one I'm working on is not even a wreck at all. Ooh, yes, I guess I'll have to watch what you've done. Unfortunately, I have to go do the funeral thing. I'm sorry to hear about that, Sergeant Staff, about the funeral. Yeah, it can be quite emotional. I've been to a funeral early in the year about my grandmother. So, yeah, it can be quite emotional. So have I. Oh, it was your uncle. Oh. I'm so sorry to hear about the loss, Sergeant Staff. That's rough. That's not easy. So have I. Ah, gotcha. Super Typhon as well. That'll be the third one this month. Oh dear. 2 more this week. Ah. Yeah, that is very much a very emotional thing. Hey, good to see you more, Cowbell Cody. Good to see a Louisville fan I've seen. Yes, yes, I am a Louisville fan as well, Cowboy Cody. Yeah, I'm a Louisville fan. I'm a big Louisville fan since I was a little kid. I've been a big Louisville fan. Hey, good news though. Are you from Kentucky? I am not from Kentucky, more Cowbell, but I do live in the Louisville metropolitan area. I live in the Indiana side of the metropolitan area of Louisville. Yeah, I'm from the Indiana side of the metropolitan area. But yes, don't tell me about Louisville basketball this year. Let me just I'm going to put this bluntly. Louisville basketball this year has been absolutely horrendous this year. I have never seen Louisville basketball be this terrible. I mean, if you want to look at Louisville men's basketball, the men's team is terrible this year. 3-22 this year. 3-22 this year. This year 3-22. That is one of the worst. This is the worst Louisville team I have ever seen. I've never seen a Louisville team this bad. Look, I know the team has had the greatest times with Chris Mack and all that, but they've never been this terrible. It's hard to believe it's been 10 years since Louisville won the national championship in 2013. I can't even. Basketball is this year. I mean, their teams in small conferences that have better records than U of L. Like, it's unacceptable for Louisville to have that bad a record. Yeah, you live near Elizabethtown, just south of I-65. Cool. Yeah, me either. Yeah, I mean, okay, fine. If this was a smaller program, like a lesser known program or in a smaller area, that's fine. This is one of the most historic college basketball programs in the country. In the ACC, it is unacceptable to have that. Especially with a storied program like Louisville basketball. It's unacceptable. You don't have to tell me that. Okay, I'm sorry for being a little hard. It's just... But I mean, Louisville's a very historic program. It just hurts to see it. It just does. Oh, you're a Kentucky fan. Yeah, Louisville and Kentucky do not like each other. For all the guys who don't understand, Louisville and Kentucky basketball do not like each other. I mean, Louisville Kentucky's rivalry is the only rivalry comparable to that of the other big college basketball rivalry, Duke, North Carolina. But basically, it is one of the nastiest in-state rivalries in college basketball. Yeah, Kentucky isn't Duke. Kentucky's definitely doing better than U of L, though. I would trade the record with Kentucky at least. Kentucky's definitely a better team than Louisville, but it's still not great to see two prestigious programs like UK and U of L to be not this good. So, Yeah, like U of M and Ohio State, absolutely. Except it's an in-state rivalry. They're from the same state, Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, my father's from Jeffersonville, says following up. Used to be up there with their grandparents for Christmas, watching them do the city lights. Ah, got it. Yeah. Yeah, it's just uh it's just college sports, you know, it's a big deal. At least the football team, at least Louisville's football team, U of L's team is pretty decent. At least they have a decent football team, which is, and at least the women are carrying up the slack of the men. I'm probably gonna stop ranting about U of L basketball. It's just been it's a dumpster fire. I mean, it's that bad. Louisville lost to a Division II school. I don't mind. You say it like Louisville, correct? You definitely live there. Yep, I definitely live in Louisville. That's the way you say it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely do live around the area. That's for sure. I've been living around the area for my life. So I've been around the city probably more than many people have. Wow. So, if you guys are here for the first time, this is Viper Strike 95. I've been doing these flights. I've been doing streams since May 2021. It's not coming too much until my second year anniversary streaming in May. I've historically done all sorts of journeys and series. My first ever series back on Twitch was my baseball series, Play Ball, where I visited all the major league teams plus the spring training site, and even visited Montreal. And then I also done the historical recreations. I'm currently doing this series, the 2017 Breitling DC-3 around the world, taking the oldest plane to ever flown around the world and recreating its journey. I've also done the 1926 Berlin-Beijing trip as well, from Berlin to Beijing through the heartland of Russia. And I've done all sorts of journeys for the virtual airline Firefly Air. So that's just a bit about me. I have a Discord here if you guys want to join along on my Discord. Let's see who's flying along with us today. So flying along, we don't have anyone flying along with us, but we do have beautiful views of the scenery. And I'm happy to report that the bandwidth issues for me have suddenly gone away the last couple days, have been gone away, thankfully. If you guys weren't there on Wednesday, I had an outage for the bandwidth. It said bandwidth issues, even though it was out. It was due to all the server issues going on with Microsoft servers. So, thankfully, that gets fixed. Which, I mean, it would suck to do this, especially on some of the more beautiful legs of the journey. Yeah, the rivalries around Louis are crazy, with the slugger around Louisville are crazy. Yeah, the rivalries with Louisville, with Kentucky, that rivalry is definitely a big one, especially if you're basketball. But football gets pretty crazy too around Louisville as well. The Slugger Factory is awesome. And speaking about the Slugger Factory, I got my dad gave me this. It's a handmade Louisville Slugger bat. It's because my father actually has been around the Louisville Slugger company itself. And since he's been around the company, he gave me a personalized Louisville Slugger bat. And the Slugger Factory Museum is it's a great museum. Lots of baseball history and memorabilia. Especially with all the baseball bats being made. Louisville Slugger's been a tradition around the city for over 100+ years. It's been a huge tradition in the city. Yeah, they used to be. Is the Coke Is the old Coke sign still up near the river? Let me go check. I don't think so. I think you meant the Colgate sign. It's not the Coke sign. It's the Colgate sign. It's Colgate clock. It's the Colgate clock. The clock is still there, funnily enough. That's still there. Yeah, the Colgate clock was originally wrapped with gold. But that clock is one of the largest clocks in the world, funnily enough. And it was located at the former Colgate factory, which was made for the Colgate plant when they did soap and all that. But here's the funny thing about that building as well. Apparently, before it was bought by Colgate, it served as a reformatory and state prison. As a result, so yeah. That's pretty crazy to think about. That place has a lot of history. Hey, Sergeant Staff, thank you so much for coming along today, Sergeant Staff. Thank you so much for it, Sergeant Staff. I hope to see you again soon. Take care, my friend. See you later, Sergeant Staff. Yeah, but another thing that a lot of people don't know about our city, so another thing about the city that I think about Louisville, Louisville is the start and trail of the Bourbon Trail. More specific, which basically, if you guys don't know about the Bourbon Trail, the Bourbon Trail map will take you across a lot of the famous refineries and distilleries all across Kentucky. And there are tons of distilleries to visit along the Bourbon Trail. Dude, you can basically visit all sorts of trip planning and all that. It's basically Bardstown, Louisville, and Northern Kentucky as well. And you visit all the famous bourbon stuff, all the bourbon distilleries. For example, Louisville has tons of bourbon distilleries in Louisville. I'm looking at the map right now. So, for example, there's like Stitzel Weller, there's Angel's Fire, Old Forester has a brewery in Louisville. Copper and Kings and I think Maker's Mark even make food, and that's around Louisville. There's also the capital of Kentucky. There's Frankfort. Frankfort's very famous for Woodford Reserve, or just outside Frankfort is Woodford Reserve. And then if you go to the west, or in the south, you see other famous distilleries as well. But basically what I'm trying to say is that this area has a ton of distilleries to visit if you love bourbon. But of course you have to be over 21 to visit these distilleries. Go back to insert. I'm going to go ahead and in my mixture and turn this to auto lean. I did it to lean the mixture a bit. I did it to lean our mixture a little bit, so we'll be going, because we've just reached our cruising altitude of 11,000 feet. So, and bourbon is a huge part of my local area has been bourbon. Basically, bourbon is American whiskey made of corn. It has been distilled around the U.S. since the 18th century. But and even though bourbon can be made anywhere, it's mostly associated with the American South, particularly in Kentucky. And the origins of bourbon whiskey were brought by in the 18th century in Kentucky by Scott Irish, and other settlers who farmed the area for its whiskey. Some people say it's invented by Elijah Craig, a Baptist minister and distiller that was credited for many firsts in Kentucky, in Bourbon County as well. However, that's a legend. There are other potential origins, like the old area of Old Bourbon as well. But in recent years, it really has grown in popularity. It's been a big part about Kentucky as well. And according to identified as bourbon, they must be produced in the United States, have a grain mixture around 51% corn, aged in new charred oak containers, distilled no more than 160 U.S. proof, 80% alcohol, insured contained aging no more than 125 proof, and bottled at 80 proof or more. But Kentucky, but 90% of all bourbon in the U.S. is produced in Kentucky as of 2018. Over 68 whiskey distilleries in Kentucky, which is pretty crazy. And Bardstown's home to the annual Bourbon Festival each September as well. Yeah, bourbon is used for a wide variety of manners. You can serve it itself, blue as water. You can serve it with cola, cocktails like the Manhattan Old Fashioned, and of course the Mint Julep, which is very popular for the Derby course. And you can even use it for confections and stuff. Banana bourbon syrup for waffles, flavored for chocolate cake, and even involved in several pie recipes too. And of course, you can also make chili, bourbon mayonnaise, and even flaked steak. You can use bourbon a lot of it. Hey, good to see you, Kingsman. Good afternoon from Liverpool. Good morning from Indiana. Good to see you. Yeah, Kentucky Windage. Oh yeah, Kentucky Windage. Yeah, that too is also from Kentucky. Well, the term of Kentucky Windage is apparently, for a lot of people that don't know, it's actually a slang meant for a shooter to correct with wind when aiming at a point to the horizontal of the target's position. So basically, let's say if your target is right here and he's moving this way, you want to actually take the windage for the wind. So if the wind's pushing this way, you need to adjust a little to the left so the wind can match up to the target. That sort of thing. But it's all Kentucky windage is also derived from marksmen that used the Kentucky rifle, which was used during the American Revolution. Yes, the Americans were actually using rifles, funnily enough. They were basically a very famous flintlock rifle used in the American frontier. It's also known as the Pennsylvania rifle, but basically yeah, it was the long rifle, basically. Used mainly by the Americans during this revolution. The Kentucky rifle had a huge advantage over the smoothbore muskets in accuracy, but the issues were it was more expensive. The reload time is quite a bit slower because the lead ball had to fit in a tighter thing, and greater susceptibility to the fouling of the bore after prolonged use. But these old long rifles have been very, very popular as well. Very, very popular. But they were very effective in the American Revolution. They were very, very effective. I mean, one of the most important moments that happened during the American Revolution was one of the most famous people were the Morgan's riflemen. They were important in the battles of Saratoga and Calvins, and they grew to be very important and created a whole entire world of riflemen. And a whole different class of warfare happened because of these rifles. Angel's Envy, yes, Angel's Envy bourbon. I heard a lot of great things about Angel's Envy. My dad has quite a few bourbons as well. I think he has Maker Marks, which is another bourbon as well. But yeah, I do like bourbon. I like when it's a bourbon ball. When I have the bourbons with chocolate and all that, they're actually really good. I'm just not great with alcohol beverages and all that. I'm not great with the beers or the whiskeys, but I don't mind them. Yes, exactly what friend all mentions. Yeah, basically you count for the win when you shoot a target. Absolutely, you got that one right. Yep. Like I said, I think all this talk has made me want to do a United States series at some point in the future. Maybe visit each state in the United States and talk about a little bit about each of the states in our union. Stuff of that sort of thing. Probably take a different plane for each. But man, this area is very pretty up here. But thank you guys for coming along on today's stream. Thank you guys so much for being here today, as always. Yeah, they're a lot slower to reload. The military used smoothbore for so long is because for the volume of fire. Yeah, military tactics back then were they're all lined up in the formation. You fire once. While they reload, another line comes up and doing that. Like, yeah, from the smoothbore Kentucky rifles used for hunting. Yeah, I've flown over the U.S. A lot of states visit the areas just flat. Yeah, I can understand that. Like, especially in the Midwest United States, like the Corn Belt states, like North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma are kind of flat. It's mainly those states, but not all of them are flat. Like South Dakota actually has some hilly stuff right around Rapid City. Of course, there's Appalachia, like West Virginia, like the Appalachian regions with all the states in the Appalachian Mountain Range. They're not really flat. And of course, the American West is got tons of mountains, the Rockies, the Cascade Range. Like I said, I don't think it's fair calling all of the United States flat. But I still think many areas are flat, but not all of them. And I think some are kind of a bit more hilly than you think. But definitely some pretty interesting areas to visit. The drive through Texas goes on and on. Yes, Texas is a pretty huge state. Texas is pretty massive, actually, as a United States state. I mean, Texas is huge, by the way. The size of Texas exactly is 268,596 square miles. So they want to ask how big is Texas? Yeah, but Texas is huge, by the way. Texas, if you want a comparable size to Texas, it's the closest size is Myanmar in Burma. It's comparable to Myanmar's area to Myanmar, which is Burma, by the way. It's a lot. Yeah, not at all. Yeah, exactly. A lot of US is kind of flat, but not all of it. You're probably right. But Texas is pretty darn big. So apparently, from what I heard, the Houston metropolitan area is pretty. It's pretty big. But at least I'm showing you guys the exterior of these flights as well. So take a look at the scenery. Yeah, Texas is definitely bigger. Yeah, Texas is the third largest. It's definitely bigger than some of the European countries. Definitely. Mm-hmm. So of course, going back to Kentucky, outside of bourbon and basketball, if you guys never checked out another famous attraction in my home area, you definitely want to check out Churchill Downs. That is a huge deal in the city. There's a whole festival dedicated to it. Derby Week, very well-known festival. But basically, for guys who don't know, Churchill Downs is very famous for horse racing. Horse racing's a huge deal in the city. I think I have a VOD of it in my YouTube. It's one of my city tours I've done. One of the first ones I've done is Louisville, and I go over a little bit about Churchill Downs, which is, I mean, it can fit up to 170,000 people in that, and I said there in that Kentucky Derby has been held here since 1875, which is a very old tradition in the city, and is one of the big three horse races in the country for the Triple Crown, along with Preakness and Belmont. That's one of the big three horse racing. Oh, there's falling up. He's in the DC-3. Nice. I see they're falling up. But yeah, if you want to check out about horse racing and all that, and want to learn the history of horse racing here, there's a whole museum dedicated to it. And they got all in the museum there, Kentucky Derby Museum, got tons of little exhibits about the heritage of horse racing. You get to visit the stables. You can take a tour to about many different famous horse racing memorabilia, and even profiles about some very famous horses. Two particular ones from what I saw on the website are Secretariat. I think a lot of people should know about the horse Secretariat. Who won the Triple Crown in 1973 that broke the 25-year drought at the time. And Secretariat still held many track records in Churchill Downs to this day. And then they also have an exhibit on American Pharaoh, who was the 12th Triple Crown winner in thoroughbred history, of one of the most famous racehorses, horses of all time area. Yeah, definitely some very cool stuff about the Derby Museum. I need to get back there. Yeah, just definitely some places I'm very interested in. Other attractions. Let's see what other ones they can include. There's definitely a lot of other top attractions. I know the Louisville Slugger Museum's a big one. If you're a baseball fan, I recommend that as well. There's the Muhammad Ali Center as well. There's also the Muhammad Ali Center as well, which is a fantastic museum as well. And that museum is dedicated to Louisville's most famous citizen of Louisville and most famous local, Muhammad Ali, a famous boxer. And it features all sorts of exhibits and galleries dedicated to Muhammad Ali's life, including his journey to rise up to become a world heavyweight, and himself as a person too, which is definitely a very cool area. And they have even some interactive stuff about learn how to box. Pretty cool stuff. There's that as well, which is a great little. Oh, the Schwartz Toy Store. Oh. Oh, the Schwartz Toy Store here in. Ah. The FAO Schwartz opened back in Louisville back in 1980. That's old. Oh yeah, FAO Schwartz used to be an old toy store back in the city. Yeah, those are big back in the old days, man. And maybe I'm not around during the 1980s. Yeah, absolutely. Talking about the local stuff. Man, it kind of takes me back, back to the old days. So it looks like here we found crossing the border of India. Namaste. Welcome to India, guys. So I'm gonna actually, if you guys are here for the first time, I do these slideshows every single week. Every single Sunday stream, we'll be doing these flights. Whoa, Dougal McTavish, my friend. Good to see you, Dougal. How you been? So we're about to talk about India. Earlier we were just talking about some local stuff. Just some local stuff as well. So we're going to talk about India today. We're going to be doing a flight into India. But I'm going to give you a brief overview in history of India first to kind of break up the topics. If you guys are here, I do these for every single major stream. Well, India is absolutely a really cool place. It is located in South Asia. It is the 7th largest country in the world by area. It is the world's 2nd most populous country after China. And of course, it's the most populous democracy too. India is democratic after all. And it shares borders with multiple countries. It shares land borders with Pakistan to the west, China, Nepal, and Bhutan to the north, and Bangladesh and Myanmar to the east. And people have come to this Indian subcontinent since It's no more later than 55,000 years ago, and as a result, due to India's isolation as hunter-gatherers, the region's been very diverse, second only to Africa in genetic diversity among humans. And of course, India is rich with all sorts of different languages and religions: Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism, along with Islam coming around earlier. As well. India has been a federal republic since 1950 through its parliament system with a pluralistic, multilingual, and multi-ethnic society, and has grown immensely since 1951. Back in 1951, India was 361 million. As of 2023, almost 1.4 billion people live in India. That's a pretty insane population. And India in recent years has been a very fast-growing economy and a hub for information technology services and an expanding middle class. Though India is still facing plenty of challenges like gender inequality and all that, but India has a bright future waiting for it. If you can play its cards right, India's got a bright future. Oh, my sim sounds are low? Yeah, my sim sounds are low. Yeah, I apologize for my sim sounds being a little low. At least you can hear my music. I changed the... Hey, you got the achievement. Nice, Devil Moon. Good, good. Oh, yeah. Hey, Iceman, hey, let me give Iceman a shout out. Good to see you, Iceman. How you been? So definitely check out Iceman's channel. He's from around my home state as well, of Indiana, and he does a lot of helicopter-related streams with the choppers. Get to the chopper. But great to see you, Iceman. So we're about to fly into Nagpur, India today on our DC-3 trip. So, hey, Gregor, good to see you, Gregor, as well. Dougal Matavish says India has by far, a country mile, the best food. Yes, Indian food is delicious, by the way. I did try Indian vegetarian platter, but India absolutely has delicious food. I do agree with you. India has very rich cuisine, culture, everything. India is very rich in that sort of stuff. Yeah, a lot of scammers are from India. Yeah, job opportunities is probably why a lot of people do that sort of stuff. But India has a very long history in itself. India has such a long history. But just to break it down, I'm going to give you some highlights of India's history because the area has so much of it. And I mean, here's some bits of events and timeline moments. From 7,000 to 3,300 BC was the Megara culture, and it's the oldest site to introduce farm and herding during the Megara culture. Then between 3,300 to 1,700 BC, we have the Indus Valley civilization, and what they did a lot of was the first urban culture in all of South Asia, and flourished during that time in Pakistan and modern India. Then during 563 BC, the founder of Buddhism was born around this area, and that was Siddhartha Gautama Buddha. He was born here. Then parts of Pakistan and parts of modern India were conquered by Cyrus the Great of Persia. Then in 333 BC, Darius III was defeated by Alexander the Great, and the Macedonian Empire was established just right outside of India's modern-day India. Then Chandragupta Maurya established the Maurya Empire in 321 BC. During this time, there was a lot of different traditions. And then 240 AD was the establishment of the Gupta Empire by Sirigupta. He established modern trading and all that. And they created a complex system of administration and taxation in the greater Ganges Plain. And it became a model for later Indian kingdoms. Then we get to more historical information about India. Then we have the medieval period of India, starting between 500 to 1300 CE, was defined by a lot of the regional kingdoms of India during this time. And there were tons of regional kingdoms and princedoms all over India. This was also the time where Islam became part of India as well, when Muslim clans brought Islam to much of the Indian subcontinent. including the Delhi Sultanate in 1206. Then we have, and that includes Muhammad bin Qasim in 761. And then 1288 was Marco Polo. If you guys never heard of him, but Marco Polo actually came to India during that time, and during his travel from Europe to China, in fact. He went to India during his trip on his journey. Then we had the late medieval period between 1300 to 1500 AD, and then one major event happened in 1526. Sultan Delhi was defeated by Babur, and he became known as the Mughal Empire. He ruled of Kabul, modern-day Pakistan. Actually, not Pakistan, modern-day Afghanistan, actually, under the mighty Mughal Empire during that time, and they lasted between that and the 1800s. Then, of course, around that same similar time, in 1600, was the formation of the East India Company in England. And for guys who don't know about the East India Company, basically what they were was, it was an English and later British joint stock company that lasted until 1874. And it was formed to allow the British to trade in the Indian Ocean region, and later East Asia, and they went later on to seize a lot of the large portions of the Indian subcontinent, along with other parts of Southeast Asia and Hong Kong. And at one point was the largest corporation. But basically, they had a massive influence in India to this day. And then in 1658, Shah Jahan actually built three major monuments. The Jama Masjid Mosque, then you have the iconic Red Fort, which is this, but of course his greatest achievement was the Taj Mahal. It is India's by far the country's most famous landmark. There are many of them, but this was by far what most people think of India is what people think is the Taj Mahal. Then elsewhere in the Indian subcontinent, we have the Maratha Empire was established, and basically they were a very militaristic Hindu kingdom. They built their own empire during this time. But of course, and then in 1757 we had the Battle of Plassey. And basically, the Battle of Plassey was a major event that changed the Indian subcontinent forever. Okay, let me show. Battle of Plassey was a huge victory for the East Indian Company. They defeated both the Bengal Sobat and forced the French out of India, and they completely annexed the territory of Bengal, which is modern Bangladesh. But the battle has a huge impact in India. It allowed the British to have complete control over the Indian subcontinent. And it later led to public governments all across the states of India. And then in 1818 was the end of the Maratha Empire, and the British controlled most of modern India. And then finally, the last part of our timeline, part 3, in 1885 was the Indian National Congress was formed during this time, which represented how the British administered much of modern India. In 1931, the Bigot's was hanged by the British, which caused a lot of controversy, which led to the Gandhi-Irvin Pact in 1931. And then in 1942, the Quit India movement rose with the nationalist leader Subhash Chandra Bose. But there was two major years that happened during the 40s. First, in 1946, there was the pressure from the Muslim League, the All-Indian Muslim League, which wanted to form an Islamic state, which later became known as Pakistan. And then in 1947, fully unified India gained independence from the British, and they witnessed the partition between India and Pakistan, which has since caused a lot of tension between those two countries. And then throughout the years, beginning in the 1990s, economic liberalization created a very large middle class and transformed India into one of the world's fastest growing economies, and increases geopolitical thought. So yeah, India definitely has quite the history of itself. But I had to do it like that because India has such a long history. I had to do it that way. that is a bit about the brief overview and history of India. I mean, there are tons of other stuff I could write. There's still a lot more sides to write, like the languages, and especially the culture is going to take quite a bit of culture, as India is extremely rich in culture and all that. So we finally made our way. There's falling up in the DC-3 as well. But this is a beautiful flight today. So yeah, it's great to see you guys here. I hope you guys have had a great weekend so far. So what I've been doing is I've been doing lots of flying for Firefly Air. I've been doing lots of it for today. So that's what I've been doing lots of, is just doing the flights. I completed the new achievement, which featured the new achievement for Firefly Air. If you guys want to check out, we had a new achievement the other day. I got the wrong command. But Firefly Air got a new achievement, which is the month of sport, and there was a lot of sport events that are happening in February, including the Super Bowl today. Today is Super Bowl 57 actually. Yeah, Super Bowl 57 is playing today between the Philadelphia Eagles of the National Football Conference, the NFC, and the AFC American Football Conference's champion Kansas City Chiefs. It's gonna be a huge game taking place in Glendale tonight. And I'm very, very excited to see the Super Bowl as well. Cheering for the Eagles, obviously. I don't want to see the Chiefs win. I mean, no offense to Patrick Mahomes, but I'd rather have the Eagles. I'm going to read you some pretty interesting fun facts about the Super Bowl. And there's quite a lot of facts about the Super Bowl, but there are definitely some pretty important ones to read. Let me, if you guys don't mind, I have some Super Bowl facts to read for you for today. First, no team has ever been shut out in the Super Bowl. That's a pretty interesting fact. In all 56 previous games, there has never been a shutout. The first singer to perform the halftime show of the Super Bowl was in 1970 with Carol Channing. She became the first singer to do that. Here's another Super Bowl fact. On Super Bowl Sunday, which is today, Americans would spend $1.3 billion on beer. Yes, $1.3 billion American dollars in beer. And this Super Bowl has actually got two firsts. First, it would be the first time that both teams will have a black quarterback as the starters. For the Chiefs, we'll have Patrick Mahomes, and for the Eagles, they have Jalen Hurts. And the other one would be the first two brothers to be playing each other in the Super Bowl. The Eagles had Jason Kelce and Travis Kelce at the Chiefs. To have two brothers in the Super Bowl. Pretty cool. And then in U.S. history, Super Bowl uh Super Bowl 44 beat up the Match Series finale back in the time to make it the most watched television program in history. But there's a lot of Super Bowl facts as well. Those at least are some of the Super Bowl fun facts. But yeah, the Super Bowl's been a huge sport in the United States because American football is, well, the most, is the big deal in the country. I mean, of course, it's got nothing on the World Cup final for internationally, obviously, for obvious reasons, but in the United States, there's a couple of other Super Bowl facts. The team that made the most Super Bowl appearances has been the New England Patriots. They made 11 Super Bowls during their time. Most of them have been, all but 2 have started with Tom Brady. There have been 4 teams in the National Football League to have never played the Super Bowl. The Detroit Lions, Cleveland Browns, Houston Texans, and Jacksonville Jaguars have never played in the Super Bowl. Only 4. And the city that's hosted the most Super Bowls is Miami. Hosted 11 times, held it in Miami. Oh yeah, here's a pretty fun fact. You know the rings the players when they get the Super Bowl rings. You want to ask how much they cost? Apparently the winning team receives 150 gem and Crescent Super Bowl rings. And get this, the price of one of those rings is up to $5 million US dollars. 5 million, $5 million US dollars. Like what? And then about the Lombardi Trophy, the one that awards to the Super Bowl winner, the Lombardi, they made each year about the Tiffany & Company, and they're worth 50,000 US dollars for a Lombardi Trophy, and it weighs 7 pounds. That's a pretty cool fact about the Lombardi Trophy. That is a little bit of facts about the Super Bowl. You guys probably want to hear about. Personally. I get that many of you guys are in Europe and you probably wouldn't care about the Super Bowl, and that's fine. But I just want to give you some information about if you guys haven't heard about it for the first time. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being in chat. I hope you guys are having a great weekend. If you guys feel like it, I hope you guys have had a great weekend to all of you guys in the chat, even to the lurkers. I hope you guys are having a great weekend. And I'm having a great time here in the Douglas DC-3, doing this around the world trip. I'm going to go ahead and check the fuel. Fuel situation looks pretty decent. I did put on max lean, so, oil lean, so it'll lean up whenever I need it to. And we're cruising around 160 knots, your speed, which is right where we need to be cruising. So, So, so guys, if you haven't noticed today, so the Mini 500 from Godfriends just came out, which is the new little helicopter, from Godfriends. So that came out, later last night, at least from where I'm at in the United States. Now, I'm not really into chopper flying. Like, I'm not really good with helicopters myself. And I don't think my setup allows me to do so well with the chopper. Though, I hope you guys had fun with the little helicopters as well. So it should be quite a fun little chopper for you guys who like the helis. In addition to the Super Bowl covered in that Firefly Air Achievement, actually, let me go ahead and here it is. If you're interested in a free virtual airline to join, but you don't want to pay for a lot of the other virtual airline stuff, you can do this one. Firefly Air is a free virtual airline in the two-toner community, which I'm a very proud member and one of the most accomplished pilots. But we have tons of achievements, routes to earn XP, to build this community up. So definitely feel free to join it as well. But in addition to the Super Bowl, we also have a couple of other events being held here in February this year. We have, yesterday was the Six Nations Championship, the second round between Ireland and France. I wonder who won that game. Who won between Ireland and France? Oh, Ireland beat France. Nice. Go Ireland. Yeah, Ireland's getting it done in the second round. Now they just need to beat the Scots. That's what they need. They need to. Okay, not taking Scotland. They now need ready to take on Italy. So yeah, they need to beat the Italians and challenge the Scots and then the English. A huge win for Ireland yesterday for the Irish on Saturday. Then of course Daytona 500 is also coming. Is also coming in February. It's coming next Sunday at 2:30 is Daytona 500. It is the first of two NASCAR Cup races held every year. Basically, it's basically the big event for American motor racing held in Daytona Beach, Florida, which I've been to, by the way. I've been to Daytona Beach and the Daytona Speedway. I went through a whole tour of it. And it is really neat to visit the Speedway in Daytona. It's a huge place. I've never been on a racetrack like this before, but Daytona was huge. It's a huge speedway. And they even had their own little museum and all that. And I still have some artifacts related to Daytona. But it's a great international speedway, and if you love American motor racing, you definitely want to check out Daytona. It is an awesome event. And I wanted to have a tour with it. And we got to visit the World Center of Racing. They got a whole racing museum in there in Daytona. And we did a speedway tour. We did a 60-minute tour of Daytona Speedway. We got to visit the Motorsports Hall of Fame. along with the retail store and all that, to visit Daytona. But it was so cool to visit Daytona Speedway. Great place to visit. And that speedway, by the way, has a capacity of around Daytona International Speedway has a seat capacity of up to 167,000 people, which is crazy. Then after that one, the achievement will also have the World Ski Championships of skiing, which is currently happening right now, located outside of Courchevel. Remember, kids, skiing can be dangerous as well as its takeoff can be dangerous. So I took that one with the Savage Cub because you definitely want something that can take off in a short area. Hey! Yo, it's Sky Command! What's up, Sky Command? Check out Sky Command. He may not be for the younger ears. You have to be old enough to listen to him. But if you're old enough and mature enough to listen to Sky Command, definitely check him out. He is a very fun, entertaining streamer. He always puts on a show for every single stream. Yes, shout out, check him out instead. You know what? Yeah, go check out Viperstruck instead. Yeah, check me out. I'm the much more entertaining streamer, but seriously, it's great to see Sky Command. I go every year. I live in Key West. You should go visit St. Augustine. Oh, I would love to visit St. Augustine. My parents have always wanted to visit St. Augustine as well. Yes, I would love to visit St. Augustine. St. Augustine, if people don't know about St. Augustine, Florida, it was actually the oldest continuously inhabited European settlement in the contiguous U.S., founded in 1565 by Pedro Mendez de Alvis. And it served as the capital for Spanish Florida for over 200 years before the Americans took it back in 1819. And St. Augustine is now part of the Jacksonville metropolitan area of Jacksonville. But the area's got some really cool points of interest. There's the Castillo de San Marcos National Monument, which is the old fort. You got a couple of old forts around St. Augustine. They have the archaeological park, the Fountain of Youth. Apparently home to that Spanish legend of the Fountain of Youth was located around this area. Of course, there's also the famous lighthouse in the region, St. Augustine Lighthouse, which is very famous here in the country. It's also home to the World Golf Hall of Fame is located here. It is the main golf hall of fame in and basically the World Golf Hall of Fame is basically where all the famous golfers get into the Hall of Fame. It is to golf what the Pro Football Hall of Fame is to American football, and the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown is for baseball. And they got tons of Hall of Famer famous golfers been inducted here, like Jack Nicklaus, Arnold Palmer, Tiger Woods. And then there's also the St. Augustine Aquarium and more. But yeah, St. Augustine's got tons and tons of pretty well-known areas too. But yeah, the area is really, really nice. This month is Black Friendly, means I'm family friendly. Awesome. Yep, definitely family friendly as well. Yeah, definitely for sure that is. Let's see, there's there's quite a bit of things you could do in St. Augustine as well. There you can do tours with the horses, carriages, of course, airboats as well, because, well, being in Florida, you got quite a lot of airboat stuff. There's the Colonial Quarter of St. Augustine. There's a pirate museum there as well for St. Augustine. But definitely, it's a really, really cool place. I definitely want to visit there with my parents as well, if we ever do decide to go back to Florida. So I'm also going to be heading back to Florida as well. Not this week, but in 2 weeks. I'm going to be heading down to Florida in 2 weeks, because I'm going to be heading out to the Eastern Caribbean in 2 weeks. So I'm going to be visiting. I'm going to visit St. Thomas, located in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and also St. Martin, which means I'll be visiting Princess Juliana Airport. I mean, how cool is that to visit Princess Juliana? Hopefully I might get to see a plane land down there and be really close to the pictures and not take them. Really, really cool stuff as well. Also, let's see what else. St. Augustine has the alligator farm too, one of the largest alligator stuff. But yeah, there's got lots of information about. Let's see what else. So, definitely some very important events. And finally, there's the World Rally Championship in Sweden. They had to battle in the snow, with speeds up to 200 kilometers an hour in snow, and they can vary between negative 15 degrees Celsius, 5 degrees Celsius. So you have the World Rally Championship in the snow, which is very difficult to race in, obviously. That's what these cars are made for. And then in India, in Hyderabad, they're going to have the first Formula E race in Hyderabad, India. Which, by the way, Hyderabad is actually quite a bit north, quite a bit south of Nagpur, which is where we're going to be in today. Yeah, definitely got some very important events coming up in racing season. So let's see some news and information. Oh yeah, if you guys have Falcon Field, you probably update it, because Jefferson added an update to his airport at Falcon Field, Arizona. Which, by the way, was his first airport, and it's still one of my absolute favorite GA airports. It's a great airport to visit as well. So yeah, don't forget to update that. Check your updates and all that. Definitely want to let you guys know about that too. So let's get back outside for the. So we have followed up. Wait, is that Tuto Murphy? It is Murphy. Holy crap! Tuto Murphy here with us? That's very unexpected. Hello, Murph. Murph's actually appeared on the Viper Strike stream. Tuto Murphy, I hope you're doing well, my friend. I hope you enjoyed your time off in the weekend. I mean, I wasn't expecting you to not stream last Friday, but I hope you had a good time with your family and all that. So, yeah, great to see you. I just got the notification for your next week of streams. Yeah, tomorrow, let me go ahead and grab Two-Toe Murphy a shout-out since he's actually here flying with us. If you guys don't know about the Two-Toe Murphy, I mean, what are you doing with your flights in life? But no, check out Two-Toe Murphy. The dude is an absolute legend. And the big reason I got into streaming was because of Murph and his community. Just awesome people. Oh my gosh, Murph for the flyby. Yeah, I see you, Murph. I see you, but guys, if you haven't checked him out, please check out Two-Toe Murphy. The dude is an absolute legend. Let me get a couple of emails to the chat for him, if you guys have any chats. Yeah. You're telling me what you're doing in House Sounds to me, specific to me, your bot. You're doing what you don't know how sounds suspicious to me, maybe a bot. Oh, it's good to see you, my friend. Always good. All you guys are welcome to be here. This is incredible. Yeah, stuff like this is why I love being here with you guys, with the community. It's been awesome. Hello, Murph. Great to see you, my friend. Absolute legend in his own right. But it's beautiful here today in the nice clear skies of India. After going through sandstorms in Dubai, it's pretty nice to get to India as well. But yeah, this is actually going to be next Sunday's stream is going to be really long. It's going to be 10 hours. I don't think you guys will be ready for a Viper Strike nearly 8-hour stream and all that. Ban him. No, I'm not banning Murph. I mean, maybe if he was being Egypt, he'd probably ban him, but no. Okay. Well, I think, speaking of which, I think this is a good time to actually talk a little bit more about India. I'm going to go ahead and talk a little bit more about it. Let's talk about India's geography for a bit. I'll give you a bit of a geographical lesson about how India came to be. So India came to be accounts for the bulk of the Indian subcontinent lying on top of the Indian tectonic plate as part of the Indo-Australian plate. The remaining Indian plate serves as Peninsular India, which is the oldest and most geographically stable part of India. And if you wonder how India really came to be, so India used to be its own plate, its own landmass back in around 71 million years ago. Though over many millions of years, it actually collided with the Eurasian plate, which is what it was, and that created the modern-day Himalayan mountains and the Tibetan plateau. But India's got much more than that as well. There are also major rivers that flow through the Himalayan range, and that includes the mighty Ganges River and the Brahmaputra rivers, which drain into the Bay of Bengal. Also, the climate of India has been very influenced by the Himalaya and the Thar Desert, which drive the economically and culturally pivotal summer and winter monsoons located all throughout the area. And if you don't know what the Ganges River is, Ganges is the major river throughout Bangladesh and India, around 1,569 miles long. And this river is very important for the people in here, as it's a lifeline for millions of people that live and depend on this river. With many cities and places in the capitals of the Ganges, like Delhi, Bhaktapur, and Calcutta. Also home to lots of species of fish, amphibians, even river reptiles and mammals, including the South Asia River dolphin. And of course, this river is very sacred religiously to Hindus, as it's the most sacred river to Hindus and is worshipped as the goddess of Ganga in Hindu faith. And of course, that river has faced a lot of pollution issues with pollution. It's been a huge issue with it. A lot about India. There's tons of different physical regions. Firewall. No. There's actually more to India's geography than this. One of its major geographical things as well, there's 4 different physical geographical regions within India. There's different regions. There is the northern regions, which is the Himalayas. Then we have the Peninsula Plateau in the center, which contains lots of little mountain ranges like the Aravalli northwest and Satpur ranges in the north. There's like different mountains in the east. Then there's the Indo-Gangetic Plain or the Northern Plains. Then there's the Thar Desert, which is located in the northwest part of India, the coastal plains, and even the different islands. But India geographically is pretty diverse. You have all sorts of things with it making it diverse. And of course, for India's climate is extremely diverse too. India has 6 major climate subtypes, from arid desert to the west, alpine tundra glaciers to the north, tropical regions throughout the southwest and the islands as well. So you have tons of different climates, and that makes India very diverse in terms of temperature ranges and all that sort of stuff. But it's not just geography India is a major force in, it's also very, very diverse for biodiversity. India is extremely diverse in with biodiversity, one of the 17 mega diverse countries on the planet. India is a habitat for 8.6% of all mammal species, over 13% of bird species, 8% of reptile species, 6% of amphibians, 12% of fish species, and 6% of all flower plant species are endemic to India. India also has quite a bit of forest cover. Around 21% of its total land area is covered in forest, including home to many different kinds of trees, including thorn bushes, the south forest as well, and of course the many different trees, mainly the indigenous Indian lilac tree, which is used for a lot of Indian rural medicine, and the luxuriant, the sacred fig. And of course, there are many kinds of animals living here, including several very endangered animal species, including of course, India's national animal, the Bengal tiger, the Ganges river dolphin, the gharial, the great Indian bustard, and the Indian white-rumpled vulture. There's even populations of the Asiatic lions. In fact, they're only survived here in India are Asiatic lions. Yes, lions can be found here in India, funnily enough. In fact, this is one of the last of the ranges you can find Asian lions. But yeah, India is extremely biodiverse. As you can see here, we've got tons of animals as well. In fact, India has shown a lot of success for in terms of wildlife sanctuaries as well. Over 500 of them in the country. And they got ones for the Bengal tiger as well, which has been around. But there's not very many tigers remaining. In fact, only 2,500 wild individual Bengal tigers can be found here. There used to be way more of them. However, poaching, loss of fragmentation of habitat caused a lot of them to lose their population. But these tigers have been a huge part of India's culture for so long. But I mean, the tigers are definitely very majestic beasts. Yeah, that is about India's biodiversity and culture. It's definitely very, very rich in that as well. Oh yeah, and by the way, guys, if you guys like what you see here, do consider following the channel. To smash that follow button on the channel to get more updates for all my streams and content. And of course, I have a Discord here as well. I have a Discord. And don't be afraid, guys. Check out my Discord as well. If you guys like to get caught up in the latest of my streams and content, I do them I do streams on Wednesdays and Sundays. So definitely check out my channels as well to get the latest of the content. So yeah, appreciate you guys being here as well. So many awesome, awesome people here today. There's following up with the DC-6 Murph in the MB339, which is a great plane to fly. But so many amazing people in the chat. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, the scenery here is great, Murph. I do agree with that. Ah. I got another VIP for the channel. Okay. Yeah, the scenery here is great. And I'm glad the bandwidth, the server issues are finally gotten fixed for me. So now I can enjoy this beautiful scenery. Especially at 11,000 feet. It's pretty healthy. So we're about 460 nautical miles out from our destination to Nagpur, India. There's monkeys that will steal your crisp. Yes, there are monkeys in India that will definitely do that. Yes, India has monkeys like that too. Yes, Fallen Up, that is 100% true. There are monkey species here too. They will. It's because they've been so familiar with people. India's got so many different kinds of animals, but because a lot of the habitats are starting to approach, it's not surprising to see yeah, there are monkeys that do that. I think the particular species are there's different old monkeys, but I believe the ones you're looking for I believe they're different. It's one of the macaque species, but I wonder which one is it? The rhesus macaque. Yeah, I think it's the rhesus macaque. I think that's the main species. That's the main macaque species that gets involved in India. It's the rhesus macaque species. Yes. Oh yeah, Planet Earth. Yes, I have all the Planet Earth stuff in my room. I do. I watched that with my brother. It's a great series, and I recommend anyone who wants to look about documentaries. But yeah, these animals are protected as well. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that that in India, monkeys are kind of sacred in there are conflicts between macaques and all that between humans due to, well, their complex But there's definitely a very deep relationship between that. But India is home to a lot of macaque species. They're around a temple plate. Yeah, there are some temples that monkeys are very sacred in. I'm gonna check. The monkey temple in Jaipur. Jaipur, India is that monkey temple you were talking about. It's an ancient Hindu pilgrimage in Jaipur. It's located in northern Rajasthan. It's southeast of New Delhi. Yeah, that's what it is. Yep, that's the one. Got it. I figured that was the case. Did some looking up and all that. Yeah, that's the one. I think below us are. I think these are a couple farms below us at 11,000 feet. Are farm areas. I'm gonna go ahead and check the fuel situation. I'm gonna go check my fuel situation. 39. Okay, pretty good. I think with it being lean, I think we have plenty of range for the shred. I mean, you can never be too sure with DC-3 sometimes. That is kind of how we feel like the range. Definitely a very peaceful day here today. Appreciate this nice relaxing stream. It's been great being with you guys as usual. So yeah, you can do safaris and stuff for a lot of the wildlife in India as well. Yeah, there's all sorts of guides out there you can find India's animal species. Yes, you can find the Asiatic lion. They only live in one forest in Gujarat, in Gir Forest. You can also find leopards. Throughout much of India, you can find leopards. In fact, if you go to the Himalayas in the northern India, you can find snow leopards. There's all sorts of big cats. You can find different eagles, the Indian spotted eagle. Of course, the big old golden eagles can be found anywhere. Hornbills. There's the mono, which is. And of course, you can find the Indian peafowl, the national bird of India. You can find the peafowl with its striking feathers on their tail for the males. find all sorts of birds. And of course, the other most famous animal you can find in India is the Asiatic elephant. It can be found all over Southeast Asia. You can find lots of them in India. Different deer species, and there's also the Indian rhinoceros. Yes, rhinos too. Hey, good to see a Chaser 22. Are you using a stick? I am using a stick. I'm using the TCA Airbus side stick. Yes, I am using a TCA Airbus side stick. I am indeed using that stick. I got it to me back during my Christmas, 2020 Christmas. That's what I got for Christmas during that as well. That's what I've been using as my flight stick since. It's so nice to actually have a stick. I bet you got one too, Chaser 22. I bet you got a side stick too as well. There's definitely lots of stuff to read. There's the Dole, the Indian wild dog, is very populous all over. And of course, India's also got lots of snakes. Particularly the most famous of these snakes is the king cobra. The giant king cobra, which is related to the mambas. The king cobras are known as the longest venomous snakes in the world. And they actually eat other snakes. They're also home to different vipers. Here's the Indian green-pit viper. It's also home to that as well. And of course, the Indian rock python. They use constriction wire and fight. But yeah, India's, like I said, there are so many different animal species that live all over India. There's lots of there's like multiple species of crocodiles, including the rare garland, which is, and of course the olive ridley sea turtle can be found in the Indian Ocean, which are really endangered. But yeah, there's a lot of different wildlife. Easiest to tell the difference between African and Asian, the ears. Yes, the ears are a very big difference. Asian elephants' ears are smaller than the African ones because they live under the cover of the forest. So it cools down much easier because they live near trees. But in Africa, the ears are larger because they don't have as much forest cover, so they need the bigger ears to help cool down. That's a very easy way to tell them. Absolutely. Absolutely. That, like I said, India is so rich in biodiversity that it's important to talk about that, why it's so diverse as a city. Hello there, Goofier Manatee. I see you, Goofier. Come and join along with us soon. Awesome. Yeah, can't wait to do more of this world tour as well. Next Sunday is going to be possibly the longest flight of the series, 1,200 nautical miles. From India to Thailand, we go through Bangladesh and Myanmar. So it's going to be a long one for sure. But it's going to be a really, really good flight. And I can't wait to do one of these flights. It's going to be a blast. So if you guys don't mind, I want to actually do something fun. I'm going to do some a GeoGuessr quiz here while we do these flying. We're going to be in the air for a long, long time. So I want to do some GeoGuessr stuff. I just want to do these quizzes just to pass the time because we're going to be in the air for quite a bit. So I want to do something a little fun while we do this fight. Let's see. We have Oceania. Oh, this is perfect for Viper Strike. You should probably know this. Yep. Let's do the US state trip because Viper Strike's actually good at this as well. So some of these are going to be timed, unfortunately. Let's kick things off. So we'll give you some locations in the city within a state. You can guess which state you're in. So there's tons of cities in the US, and I think I know where this is at. We are in Kentucky, Louisiana, or Kansas. But looking at this is Bourbon Street, and there can only be one location in the country that can complete that. We're obviously in Louisiana, in New Orleans. That is obvious. It is Bourbon Street in Louisiana. If you guys ever been to New Orleans, this is where they do Mardi Gras. Number 2, this city this is Boston, obviously. Boston is the capital and largest city in Massachusetts. That's Boston. This city here, this one's a little more tricky. Pensacola. This is Pensacola in Wood Street. I've been up here. I think this is Pensacola, Florida. And it is Florida because there's a sign from Florida State University. Now we got 15 seconds to do each state flag, so Viper Strike's gonna have to guess this one. This state, it is Texas. It's a Lone Star state. That's an easy one. That's Texas. But sometimes these U.S. flags can be quite difficult to guess. State with this flag, it is Tennessee. 3-star. That's Tennessee. The state with this flag, it is South Carolina with the crescent and palmetto tree. That is South Carolina. It's pretty easy to figure that one out. The state that has this flag, this is Ohio's flag. Ohio. Which state has this flag? This is Colorado's flag. Fun facts, can you guess, connect the question to which state? So each state will have some sort of question and something that relates to that U.S. state. The famous blank state is held in which state? The famous Indianapolis 500 is held here in Indiana. That race is Indianapolis 500. That is in Indy. I'll be doing a city tour of that as soon as I get done with my research stuff. But we'll be doing the Indianapolis 500 at some point. Which state produces the most crayfish? Yeah, Burger 500. It is Louisiana. Yeah, Louisiana makes the most crayfish. Yes, Louisiana makes a ton of crawfish, by the way. They use it for all sorts of Cajun cooking. A lot of people even eat it out of the cravats, out of the crayfish. Other ones people boil it or use the meat for something else. The Golden State. The Golden State, it is California, is the Golden State. Golden State Warriors and Golden State. The Philly cheesesteak originated from Pennsylvania, because Philadelphia is where that as well. is. The first state is Delaware. Delaware, a lot of people forget Delaware was the first state in the Union. And now we get to sort out some of this stuff. So put some states in the correct order. All right, let's do some sorting. Let's do some sorting before we get from the largest to smallest. Rhode Island. Okay, we have Ohio. That's 40.86 square miles. So Rhode Island is absolutely smaller than Ohio. In fact, I believe Rhode Island is the smallest state in the Union. Yes, at 1,000 square miles. Rhode Island is the smallest. Texas is clearly larger than Ohio. If you ever look at the map, it's the second largest state area. Nevada is, I believe, bigger than Ohio, but less than Texas. And finally, Alaska is by far the largest state in the Union. Are you kidding? Alaska is like double of Texas's area. I'm from the Gulf, so don't stop talking about crawdads. I'm hungry. Sorry. Florida states with most of these counties. Delaware has the least. It's one of the small states. Arizona, I think it's above Virginia. Oh, it's smaller. New York is... Yep, and then Texas is Texas. Yep, okay. I got that one. The Viper finished just points less than a perfect score, so... That's nice. That was a good little GeoGuessr thing. I just did some of that so we can just take some time off. I just wanted to take some time just to do a quick little thing while we are still in the air. Just want to get back in the air and just have some fun. Wow, look at all the people flying along with us. Mongo's with us too. Feel for humanity and Fallen Up. A lot of awesome people with us in these skies today. Thank you guys so much for coming on to today's stream. So many awesome people here. Man, today's beautiful scenery here is very nice. The scenery here is very, very nice to be around today. Look at that, falling over the mighty Douglas DC-3. I need to fly that DC-3 more. It is a great plane. I mean, that was basically, it's the twin-engine DC-3. It's basically pretty cool. It's 4-engine DC-3. Here for your Manatee in the Boss PC-21. And Mongo in the Cessna 414. So coming along ahead of us, in the distance, we should see one of the cities in front of us. So in front of us is the city of Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad. There it is. Ahmedabad. The most populous city in this Indian state of Gujarat. around 5.57 million people per 2011, which is India's 5th most populous city. That has emerged as an important economic industrial hub in the country. It is the second largest producer of cotton in the country. And of course, the city is also home to the world's largest stadium, Narendra Modi Stadium. Narendra Modi Stadium is actually where it's at. It seats 132,000 people for India's national cricket team. It's an absolutely huge stadium for cricket. It's enormous. And of course, this cricket stadium was not only was famous for India's cricket team. One of its most notable events that happened was back in 2020, where it hosted then U.S. President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which is when the stadium was named after India's Prime Minister. Yeah, that's some pretty interesting stuff about, say, we're about to fly over. Hey, Infinite Fireman, good to see you. So yeah, we're in India right now, Infinite Fireman. We're not far from Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad's actually right over here. Yeah, that's the huge Indian city, right? One of the biggest in the country. But this is Lake 10. This is the penultimate. This is leading up to the massive leg that's going to be happening next Sunday. It's going to be 1,200 nautical miles. It's going to be a series of long flight into Thailand, Nagpur. It's going to be going through Bangladesh and Myanmar all the way there. So it's going to be a really it's going to be a lot. So 50 plus slides in that stream. Yes, Super Typhon. Yes. Slides gonna contain not only slides about Bangladesh, but slides about Myanmar too. So I got slides all about Myanmar and Bangladesh for that one. And I mean, I need to do that because it's gonna be two very long streams. It's going to be a very long stream, so yes, I am doing this. Yeah, it's going to be a long. Okay. And speaking of that, here, let me go back to the slideshow. Let's talk about the government of India. So India's government is the largest democracy, most populous democracy in the world. It is a parliamentary republic with a multi-party system with 8 national recognized parties, including the Indian National Congress, the Bharatiya Janata Party, and more than 40 regional parties. But basically, India's government is a federation of a parliamentary system governed by the Constitution of India. It is a constitutional republic and representative democracy in which majority rules tempered by minority rights, similar to the United States. So basically, there are three branches. The executive branch is the President of India, the ceremonial head of state, elected by a 5-year term by electoral college. The Prime Minister is the head of government and has most of the power. Then there's the legislature, which is a bicameral parliament operating under a Westminster-style parliamentary system, with an upper house known as the Rajya Sabha, Council of States, and a lower house called the Lok Sabha, the House of the People. And the judiciary is a 3-tiered independent judiciary comprised of the Supreme Court, 25 high courts, and a large number of trial courts. All make up India's primary government. Okay, so there is Ahmedabad. There is that one to the left. Wow, that's a big city now. I mean, look at the size. I mean, that's look. So I'm gonna go ahead and shoot 24. I can go a little bit before we switch up to. So we're about less than 380 nautical miles left to go. So we're about, I think about just 2 more hours. So there's that. Then after its government, there's a lot of administrative divisions. There's 28 states and 8 union territories of India that make up the modern-day India. All states, as well as the union territories of Jammu and Kashmir, Puducherry, and the National Capital Territory of Delhi, have elected legislatures and governments. Following the Westminster style of governance, the remaining 5 union territories are directly ruled by the central government. And those states include the Andhra Pradesh region, Assam, Goa, and more are ruled in the states, and then there's different union territories, including Jammu and Kashmir, and more. Well, that's kind of how the administrative divisions of India works. There are over 1 million local government bodies at city, town, block, local levels. There's lots of little governments all over at the smaller levels. Now, India's economy has been really growing really fast. Currently, right now, as of 2022, the Indian economy is worth 3.46 trillion, making it the 5th largest economy in the world, and the 3rd largest by purchasing power in the world at around 11.6 trillion. And it's been one of the world's fastest growing economies, though it's still pretty low in GDP per capita, with 139 in nominal GDP per capita and 118 GDP per capita purchasing power. And that was because until 1991, all Indian governments followed protectionist policies that were influenced by socialist economy. But after the fall of the Cold War and liberalizing their economy, they really quickly. India also has the world's 2nd largest labor force at around 522 million people, and over 55% of the GDP is made by service sector, followed by industrial at 26% and the agricultural by 18%. India has a very rich agriculture and stuff. They make all sorts of agricultural products: rice, wheat, oilseed, beef, sugarcane, potatoes, and major industries include textiles, telecommunications, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, and software. They make all sorts of stuff. And they make all sorts of exports and imports too. But India has really grown really quickly. You'd be surprised. I'll catch you all later, says Fauna. Gotta play with the Bilga. Oh, you're gonna love it. the Vilga is fantastic. Falling up. And it's great having you on the stream. I hope to see you soon, falling up. But yeah. Oh yeah, Goat Trance. Yeah. One fun fact, one of my favorite music genres, Psytrance, is originally in Goa. Yes, Goa. For a lot of people that didn't know, Goa was actually taken over by the Portuguese, funnily enough. It used to be one of their Portuguese colony in India during this time. It was by the Portuguese, and they held it until the 1960s, when India invaded the area. But Goa is very rich in culture in North India, and it's a very popular tourist destination. A lot of people flock to Goa for tourism. Thanks to its famous beaches and nightlife. But yeah, Goa's a really cool area. I think that's one of the great things about India. Is India is very, very rich in culture, cuisine, traditions. I mean, India has so much going for it in that sort of stuff. That's why a lot of people love cuisine. So yeah, that's a pretty interesting fact a lot of people would like to know. As well. Situation is looking pretty good. Yeah, India has really, really grown economically into a pretty great economic power. In addition to economy, there's also lots of industry. Of course, India's industry is pretty massive. In fact, mainly telecommunications is the world's second largest telecommunication industry in the world, with 1.2 billion subscribers, and contributes around 6.5% of India's GDP. And as of 2017, India surpassed the United States to become the second largest smartphone market in the world after China. Also, India has been rapidly growing in the automobile industry, which is one of the second fastest growing automobile industry in the world. And India also has lots of IT industries as well. And I mean, India has really grown rapidly during the recent years, thanks to a fact of Tata Motors, which is a huge part of local automobile manufacturing. And they got tons of different manufacturing facilities in the country, including many brands like Kia, Isuzu, MG Motor, Honda, Suzuki, and more. But basically, lots of different imports, exports for India. And of course, the pharmaceutical industry emerges as a global player too, with a lot of pharmaceutical companies and manufacturing units in India. So yeah, India absolutely plays a huge role in industries as well. So Indian industries play a huge role in the country. Tata Motors may own Jaguar, Land Rover, and Volvo. That can't be right. Actually, I believe they do. Yeah, I think they do. Yeah, I think they do. Yeah, they're part of the Tata Motors group. Yeah, they do. They own Jaguar Land Rover. Yeah, they own Jaguar Land Rover. It's one of their subsidiaries. But Tata makes a ton of little products in India. They got all sorts of cool little car models in India. But yeah, that is true. That is 100% true, friends all. In fact, they actually been part of Tata since 2008. It's actually owned for a lot longer than you think. But I'd say the Jaguar and them are not doing too bad on a Tata compared to Ford. Like at least they came out with some really cool cars that came out during. Yeah, George once mentioned that we are probably going to warlord for India. Oh, I would definitely like to see an India warlord. India, I think, is great. I think there would be some really cool India stuff as well. India, I mean, there's a lot of landmarks you can find all over India as well. Yeah, India is under pressure to reverse engineer pharmaceuticals. Yeah, that's kind of thing. And Volvo's actually owned by China. Yeah, Volvo's owned by the Chinese Xiaojing Geely. Yeah, that is also true. Yeah, China, India are becoming pretty big players in the automobile industry these days. They've been really growing pretty rapidly. And then finally we have the different transportation stuff. So India's transportation industry, in terms of transportation in India, so transportation in India is quite diverse by land, water, and air. For most Indian citizens, road transport is the primary mode of transportation for most citizens, and India is among the most heavily used in the world. Transport 8.25 billion passengers and 908 million tons of cargo annually. And I mean, the roads in India are very busy and crowded. Especially if you visit Delhi and all that, it can get very crowded. In addition to road work, another very famous transportation in India has been the railroads. India's railroads are a big part of India. There's over 7,321 stations of railroads connecting more than 67,450 kilometers and around a length of track of around 76,000 miles of tracks throughout the country in 2021. And India is the world's age-long reporter in Indian railways. And they transport 23 million people per day as of 2019. And they do all sorts of services as well, making railway transportation extremely important. All slots of rapid transit, monorails, and all that are used quite a bit of railroads. And of course of airports, by the way. Air India is India's national flag carrier. For airports, Air India has been the flag carrier that came around in 1946, but it was founded back in 1932, member of the Star Alliance, with its main hub being in Delhi, with destinations all around with destinations served all around the world, with a pretty big size fleet, including Airbus A319s, A320s. They're going to order 231 A320neos. Yeah, Air India is going to purchase a ton of planes. They're going to order 231 Airbus A320neos. Yes, you heard right. 231 orders. That's like the largest aircraft purchase in history. They also have Boeing 777s, and they're gonna have tons of 787 Dreamliners as well. So they're gonna have a huge fleet of planes. And they had all sorts of planes for their fleet, including 737s, A310s. They used to have the old 747s as well, but they've really grown a fleet as well. They're going to purchase lots of jets for Air India. And then there's also over 346 airports all throughout in India, 346 civilian airports in India. The busiest airport in the country is Indira Gandhi International Airport in New Delhi. And it's actually, as of 2022, this is actually the world's 7th busiest airport in terms of passenger traffic, as well as being very busy for cargo too. It serves destinations all around the world. Go here to Delhi as well. Pretty crazy to think about. And of course, India also has ports and shipping. There's mainly in Mumbai, as well as Kolkata, Chennai, and more. So yeah, India's transportation is definitely very interesting. Oh, speaking of which, thanks for pointing that out. Thanks for pointing out, Typhon. Sorry about that. I was just busy reading. Yeah, that's about India's transportation, so that's quite a bit of information about that as well. So I'm going to be back in just about a second. I'm going to grab the refill of my drink. So I'll just leave you to this, and I'll go grab this. I'm back. So yeah, this is gonna be pretty fun, sort of stuff going on. So on Wednesday, I'll be doing an airliner stream. I actually have a pretty fun little destination I've been thinking about doing. You know, I was thinking about a pretty fun little flight I was thinking about. But I'm probably thinking about doing a flight, probably do a pretty fun little flight into Oceania. I was thinking about maybe doing a fun little airline trip from I'm going to probably do one from Fiji, maybe all the way to French Polynesia, and do a stunning landing into French Polynesia. That would be a really beautiful flight. Because I want to do some flying around the ocean and all that. I think that would be really fun with a flight to do around the Oceania region, like in the Polynesian region, middle of the ocean. That would be fun. I think that would be a lot of fun. Plus, I think a lot of people want to do airliner stuff. Why not fly into some interesting destinations that people don't ever fly? But it's definitely a very pretty area here. Even if it is kind of flat, it's kind of really nice as well. So flying with us today, we have Goofier Manatee and Mongo with us, flying in the air along with us. Oh, I see there's a little mountain area over to our southwest. Ah, this must be the Jambucala National Sanctuary. Yeah, this little area here has got some mountain ranges and all that. Okay, I think it's about time we just change the fuel tank. So I'm going to go ahead and change tanks. Let's change the auxiliary tanks. And we can carry away. We're about 300 nautical miles from our trip. So we're going to get there at a pretty good time. Yeah, a lot of people don't know this, but there are mountain ranges all over the country. They may not be the tallest mountains, but there are actually a bit of geography here in this country. So there are a couple of mountain ranges over in this area. So now we got something going on as well. So let's see. So yeah, it's hard to believe this, but India actually purchased 500 planes. They just sealed it. So Air India is going to purchase 500 new planes, which includes 250 Airbuses between A320s and A350s. Boeing's for over 200 planes, including 737 Maxes and wide bodies, including 787s, 777s. So apparently, it's going to be a more modern Air India. And they're going to use it to compete against the Middle Eastern carriers like Qatar Airways and Emirates, which would definitely be pretty interesting to see how they can adapt to changing scenes. But it would definitely be very interesting to see Air India. So yeah, India's going to be growing pretty big, per se. Turning India into a major aviation power. So now I'm going to talk about the next thing. And this is Hindi. Hindi is the national language of India, one of the many languages here in the country. But Hindi is India's it is one of its official languages, along with English is Hindi. But basically, Hindi is an Indo-Aryan language spoken in the northern India, along northern, central, eastern, western India, and is described as a standardized and Sanskrit register of the Hindustani language, which is based off of the areas around Delhi in India. It is one of two official languages in the government of India, along with English, and it is an official language in 9 states and 3 union territories in India. It is the 4th most spoken first language in the world, after Mandarin, Spanish, and English, and if it was counted together with its relative of Urdu, which is Pakistan's language, it is the 3rd most spoken language in the world, after Mandarin and English, which is pretty crazy to think about. This language has got a long history, back all the way to the old times of the 7th century CE. But they made a lot of changes through all throughout the region's history, with all sorts of different dialects. In fact, there's a real controversy between Hindu and Urdu, because they're both basically very similar languages and share a core vocabulary of very derivative words. But the difference came with that Hindi is written in the Devanagari script, while Urdu is based off the Persian-Arabic script. So there is all that, and there's all sorts of different phonology as well, and different kinds of vocabulary too. There's tons of it. But if you want to learn a bit more about it, there's plenty of it. But then we're going to look at the official script of India. This is Devanagari script. This is the main official script of India, of how to write Hindi. It's based on the ancient Brahmi script used in northern Indian subcontinent, and is one of the 7 official scripts in the Indian Republic, and has been in regular use since the 7th century CE. The script contains over 47 primary characters, including 14,033 consonants, and is the world's 4th most widely used adopted writing system, being used for over 120 different languages. The orthography of this script reflects the pronunciation of the language. Unlike the Latin alphabet, which is what we use, the script has no concept of letter case, is written from left to right, and has strong preference for symmetrical rounded shapes. And there's all sorts of languages that use this, and there's tons of it. Hindi is obviously one of them, but there's the Nepali language, Gurkha language, a Marathi language, Magathi, Nagpuri, and much, much more. All these local languages rely on this script. There's tons of letters to do with, and I mean, there's so many descriptors, like 40 of them. So basically, there are a couple of them. There's a whole writing system, basically. I mean, you can look it up on your own, but here's some of them. N, D, all that sort of stuff. There's lots of letters, transliterations, and all that. And then here are some words and phrases to learn as well. But here are some words in Hindi that you might want to learn while you're in India. You may want to learn about all that different language. Hello is namastat, namaste, which is how you say hello. Then good morning, afternoon, evening. Good morning is shubh prabhat. Shubh prabhat. Then good afternoon is namaskar. Namaskar. And then good evening or night is Shubhratri. Yes. Then where are you from? Is OPKC-VANP. Where are you from? You say, if you want to know where you're from, you said OPKC-VANP. Where you're from. And then if you say goodbye or see you again, if you want to say goodbye, Alavida. Alavida is goodbye. See you again is Behir Milange. Behir Milange. See you again. Where's the washroom? Chao Chalet Kahan Hai, which is Chao Chalet Kahan Hai, is where's the washroom. Then we have please, which is Kripya, please. Then thank you and thank you so much. We translate to Kahanyavad is thank you, and then Bahut Kahanyavad, which is thank you so much. Then help is Madad Kijai. Madad Kijai is help. Good to see a Planet Neutral. Let me give Planet Neutral a shout out. Another excellent friend to the channel. Planet Neutral makes some great flights and content. Is a close friend to the channel. Good to see you. We're flying over into Nagpur, India today. We're about 270 nautical miles out of it. We still got a little while left to go. I'm just teaching a little bit about Hindi, one of the two official languages of India. I'll just give you basics on some words stuff to learn. Now, the number 1 is ek, 2 is do, 3 is team, 4 is char, and 5 is punch. Ek, do, team, char, punch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just teaching some bit of the words and language. So yeah, that's kind of the things as well. But it is to show you how just rich and deep India's language is. we're getting pretty close. We're about 11,000 feet, so. So we got quite a few people flying with us today. Flight neutral. There's Mongo with us today. So Mongo's back in with the Cessna 414. Definitely a very peaceful and relaxing flight. Wow. Yeah, it's been a very nice, relaxing flight, plan neutral. It's been good. We took off from Karachi earlier today, and we crossed the border of India. We're about pretty decently southwest of Indore. About 250 nautical miles out. So I hope you're having a good weekend so far. For my plans for the upcoming week, I'll be doing an airliner stream Wednesday. Probably going to do some sort of flying in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Probably doing some pretty cool flying there. Well, look at that. Here's your manatees flying fast. Again, the Veloz PC-21. talking about one of the big reasons why India is such a very well-known country. It is India's culture. India, I think, in my opinion, has some of the richest culture in all of the world. I think India's culture is so rich. And that's because India has a very long history, over 4,500 years of civilization in India. And there has been so many different cultures within the country itself. There's tons of languages, religion, dance, music, architecture different from each place in the country. And it's a combination of several cultures that have been around for several millennia, including religion, mathematics, philosophy, cuisine, languages, dance, music, and movies. They all have a huge impact around the Indosphere, Greater India, and the world. Particularly, Southeast Asian Himalayan influence around India had long-lasting impacts on Hinduism and Indian mythology. There's also lots of languages, and even more ones to English brought the English language. Wow. And one of the big things about India has been its religious culture. Religious culture in India is very diverse. They're home to lots of religions. Some of them including religions originating here, being Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, and Sikhism. All are based on the Indian concepts of Dharma and Karma. Dharma basically meaning righteousness or merit, governing individual contact, and Karma is about an action, word, or deed, and its effects and consequences led to karma. An important aspect of Indian religious culture from their native religions is Ahimsa, which means the philosophy of non-violence, whose most well-known proponent in modern times is Mahatma Gandhi, who used syllabus beads to unite India during the Indian independence movement, and in fact, it was so influential, it even inspired Martin Luther King Jr. during the American Civil Rights Movement. In addition to this as well, India's president also has foreign origin religions here too, including the Abrahamic religions of Judaism, Christianity, and especially the big one is Islam, as well as Zoroastrianism and Baha'i faith. Both of those are escaping persecution, have found shelter over India. With all those different religions and cultures, they make India one of the most diverse in terms of religious stuff as well. We all know India is the birthplace of Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and all that. Hinduism and Buddhism are the world's third and fourth largest religions respectively, with over 2 billion followers altogether. And because of India's religious diversity, there's been quite a few bits of turmoil between the different faiths, and it's been a site of violent religious clashes between members of different religions over the years, and that is a bit of an issue even today, even during this time as well. So basically, I'll give you a summary. Hinduism is the big main religion in India. It's the world's third largest religion with over 1.2 billion followers. And Hinduism has actually been known as the oldest religion in the world for Hinduism. But basically, Hinduism is a very diverse religion with all sorts of rituals, philosophies, pilgrimage sites as well. They got tons of goddesses and goddesses and all that sort of stuff. It's a very, very unique religion. And basically, Hinduism also has a diversity of different ideas and spirituality. And basically, Hindus can choose to be polytheistic, they can be monotheistic, or even non-religious at all, or atheists, and still live through the ways and ideas of Hinduism. But definitely a very unique culture and religion all together. It's stuff. And basically, it feels like almost a whole family of different religions, and just one. That's the big thing about religion stuff. I don't want to talk too much about it, but this is very important to learn when you're visiting India. Yeah, just be aware there's all sorts of different religions. And then we get to philosophy. And again, India is very rich in philosophy too. There remain 6 schools of Hindu philosophy. The Nyaya, which is about justice. Then there's Vaisheshika, mainly with metaphysics, logic, ethics, and more. Simgahaya, which is it views reality in 2 principles. It kind of views reality of spirit and nature. And there's yoga. A lot of people know that one. But yoga is actually its own philosophy. Yoga is basically is part of it. One of the school about ethical rules and more. Then there's Vinyamasa, which is critical investigation and reflection, and Vedanta, which is about the end, which is and 4 heterodox schools being Jain, which is what Jainism is about, Buddhism, and there's Ajivika and Karavika. The last 2 are also schools of Hindu. But there's also, but the main schools were formalized between 1000 BC and the early centuries of the Common Era. According to the philosopher Sarvari Palati Vaihashchan, the earliest of these date back to the Vedic era around 1500 BCE. But India has a very rich philosophical school of works. Now, only a handful of schools survived, like Jainism, Buddhism, Sava, and Advaita, but other ones did not survive to the modern time. Now, I didn't write the notes on this one, but I did write on India's family structure in marriage. And family and structure of marriage play a huge role in India's culture and affairs. They play actually a pretty massive part of India's culture and affairs, is going to the family structure. And very, very rich. Mainly for generations, the extended family has been a big part of it, where members of the family, parents, children, their children's spouses, offspring live together, with the oldest male member being the head of the family, as he makes the important decisions and rules for the family. However, as India's population grow in modern times, the population is leaving behind the joint family model and adapting to the nuclear family model as well. Though in more rural areas, the traditional family still plays a role. In addition, another norm about India's family stuff is been marriages, and arranged marriages have been a norm for Indian society for about 1,000 years. And even today, the majority of Indians have their marriages planned by their parents and other respective family members. Though in recent studies suggest that Indian culture is moving away from traditional marriages. And of course, and then we get to, then I get to the next set of notes, which is, slideshow. We have festivals. I mean, it's not surprising. It's not surprising though. India has so many festivals because it's so multicultural. Celebrates holidays, festivals of various religions. There are 3 main holidays in India. We have Independence Day, which is India's independence from the United Kingdom. Republic Day, which celebrates the Constitution of India in 1950. And the Gandhi Jayanti, which celebrated the event of the birthday of Mahatma Gandhi on October 2nd. In addition, many Indian states and regions have their own local festivals, including the Hindu festival of Navaratri, Diwali, known as the Festival of Lights, the Maha Shivaratri, which honors the god of Shiva, and many more Hindu festivals. There's also harvest festivals as well, like Solai, which is the harvest festival for regions, and Pongal, which is different harvesting festivals to celebrate the harvest. They also celebrate other religions, like Eid for Muslims, they celebrate, for Christians, they celebrate Christmas, and many more celebrated by all. And certain festivals are celebrated by both religions, mainly on Diwali, which is celebrated by Hindus, Buddhists, and Jains all across the country. But basically, India's culture is so diverse in its festivals, you can definitely check out all the different festivals and events that happen throughout the country. But basically what I'm trying to say is that India's rich multicultural heritage and society allows for tons of holidays and festivals to be held all throughout the country. It is very good. Then we get to India's cuisine. And I think Dougal's probably right. India's cuisine is extremely diverse. Indian cuisine being diverse is a massive understatement. India's cuisine is probably one of the most diverse in the world. Thanks to the diversity of soil, climate, culture, ethnic groups. I mean, you can find so many different kinds of regional cuisines in India. You can find lots and lots of cuisines, and they use a lot of local ingredients, spices, herbs, vegetables, and fruits. And it's influenced by religion, culture choices, and traditions. Also, historical events play a role in introducing certain types of food into the country. For example, when Columbus discovered New World, they brought in vegetables and fruits like potatoes, tomatoes, chilies, peppers, and guava become a staple for many foods in India. And of course, Indian culture has shaped the history of international relations as well. Mainly the big spice trade between Europe and India was the catalyst for the European discovery. When spices brought from India to around Europe and Asia, it's also been has influenced tons of other cuisines. Those from Europe, the Middle East, Africa, Asia, and North America have all been influenced by Indian cuisine. It's unbelievably diverse. And you can find all sorts of ingredients they found. Basically, they have so many variety of foods, and there's tons of Indian classic dishes, and tons of regional cuisines. Like, you can find Bengali cuisine, Assam cuisine, you can see Delhi cuisine from Goa, from Gujarat. Basically, what I'm trying to say is there are so many regions in India that have their own cuisine that there's just so many kinds of things you can get. It's crazy. I could do a whole slide and dedicate to Indian cuisine for one day, by the way. That's not even counting cuisine for the diaspora and fusion cuisine like Indian China cuisine, Indian Singaporean cuisine in Singapore, and even Anglo-Indian cuisine in the British. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is that India's cuisine is so good. It's not funny. There's so many dishes too. But if you notice, a lot of dishes in India are actually vegetarian. And the reason a lot of Indian dishes are vegetarian is because in some of the Hindu communities, beef is considered taboo because Hindu scriptures condemn the slaughter of cows. And that's because a lot of people in India follow dietary practices based on religious beliefs. Like some Hindu communities consider beef taboo. some of them considered vegetarians due to the emphasis of non-violence. Muslims don't eat pork or pork products. But what we're trying to say is that India's cuisine is so diverse. It's not funny. For example, let's go to the one we're visiting today has from Maharashtrian cuisine, which is where we're at. And their main foods like grains, millets, and vegetables. And some of their special dishes include puran poli, which is sweet bread, is eaten with sar. There's also meat dishes as well, spicy curry, goat curry. And of course, seafood's also been a big part of it, like shrimp. But basically, there's so many different kinds of food. It's not funny. India is so rich. Hey, good to see you, Larry. Got me first time chat, Larry. Good to see you. Yes, like tikkas being a staple puff food. Yeah, exactly. The idea is right. Cheese bread, onion with nice kind of cider. Thank you so much, Goofy Mancy, for flying along with me today. I hope to see you again soon. Take care of my good friend and enjoy your dinner. Yeah, thank you so much. So yeah, Govnik, we're flying our way into Nagpur, India. We're currently about less than 200 nautical miles away from our final destination here. But this is not going to be the longest leg of the journey. I believe the longest leg is actually going to be next Sunday. It's going to be a long, long journey. Lots and lots of journeys. I got to take a history of the Indian subcontinent class in college. Ooh, yeah. I remember something, but the most I remember is how diverse it is, like you said. Exactly. The Indian subcontinent is just, it's just rich. It's got so much diversity. It's different, like all the kingdoms of India, which some of them were kingdoms, and they had all their unique culture and stuff, and that makes India very, very unique among all the countries. It's just crazy how much languages, cultural cuisine, the festivals. India's been a major meeting place for all sorts of civilizations, from the spice trail and all that, and that kind of makes India very special as well. We had a kid from Karachi and a kid from Mumbai, so it was pretty cool. Lots of differences of opinion. Yeah, the thing about Karachi and Mumbai is they're, in many ways, they are similar, but like I said, they're from different countries, and if you know where God I don't want to talk about politics, but there is a lot of animosity between Pakistan and India. Like I said, I don't want to talk about politics, but that is a pretty much fact. Right. And I blame the, and that's, yeah, the border where they were changing the guard is kind of fascinating. Exactly. That's kind of the thing. All right. And then we have another thing about India. Here's the clothing. So India, of course, has clothing and stuff too. And like I said, just like the rest of India, they vary a lot depending on which part of the country in local culture, geography, climate, and settings. Popular styles include these draped garments like the sari for women or the dhoti for men. Stitched clothes are also popular for women and men as well. And Indian women like to perfect their sense of charm with makeup and ornaments, like bindis. Then we have body art like the mehendi, body arts, earrings, bangles, and other jewelry are very common. On special occasions, women may wear cheerful colors and various ornaments made with gold, silver, or regional sorts of gems. So basically, India's culture and dresses are so unique as well. Yeah, the Atari Wega for ceremony for the people. Ah, gotcha. And then, of course, India's literature. There is so much about India's own literature and stuff. India's literature is so rich. I mean, India's literature history is so rich. All the way back to the older times, and it's influenced many languages as well. But of course, I want to talk about the epics of India. India is home to a lot of epics throughout all its history. The two oldest ones that are still well preserved are the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. The Mahabharata is the struggle between two groups of cousins in the Kurukshetra Streets of War and the fates of the princes and their successors. And this epic is all about war and philosophical and devotional material to the goals of life. And apparently it says it's been made between 400 BCE and 400 CE. And it's considered to be the longest epic poem ever written, which has, and the longest version consists of over 100,000 shloka, which is verses, or over 200,000 individual verse lines each, and about 1.8 million words in total. Which, if you want to put this in perspective, that's 10 times the length of Homer's Iliad and Odyssey put together, which is insane. Yes, I'm not kidding. There are so many words in all that within it. Now, the other one is the Ramayana. Ramayana. Now, this epic has been composed of over a millennium, between the 8th to 4th century BC, and with later stages up to the 3rd century CE, and is one of the two important epics. And this epic narrates the life of Sita, the princess of Janakpur, and Rama, a legendary prince of the Ayodhya city in the kingdom of Kosala. It follows his 14-year exile to the forest urged by his father, and travels across the forest in the Indian subcontinent with his wife and brother, and results in war and his eventual return as king. And that one contains over 24,000 verses divided into 7 parts, and it has a huge impact on the literature of Sanskrit. Then there's also other stuff too. These are very, very important as well. Yeah, India has been well known for its literary history. It's definitely very rich. And along with their literature is performing arts. Dance has been a very long romance for thousands of years of dancing, and it's been taught in a lot of ancient books. In Indian dance includes 8 different classical forms, much of it with mythological elements. And they include Bharatanatyam. There's of the state of Tamil Nadu. There's Kathak of Uttar Pradesh, Kathak and Mohiniyattam of Kerala, Kuchipudi of Andhra Pradesh, Dekashatanga and Karnataka, Manipuri of Manipur, and Orisi in the state of Odisha and the Satara of Assam. These are some very classical Indian dance. This is what they're all based on. There's also folk dances and more. And of course, there is Indian theater, which has a very long history with its own music. Indian plays like the Shakuntala and Megaduna are some of the older dramas. And there's also the Kudiyattam of Kerala, which is the only surviving system of ancient Sanskrit theater, which is thought to be originating during the Common Era, and is recognized by UNESCO as a masterpiece of oral and intangible heritage. Then one of its more well-known people is Mani Madana Chakyar, is credited for reviving age-old drama tradition from extinction, and he's known for his mastery of Rasa Abhidhanya, and performed all sorts of different kinds of plays throughout his theater career as well. There's also puppetry, shadow play, as well, with all sorts of theater. But India has such a long history of theater. It's crazy. And then, of course, music plays a huge role in India's culture too. It's music. In old texts, the Natya Satra, a 2,000-year-old text, describes 5 systems of classified instruments, including strings, membrane, cymbal, and air, play a big part of music in India. And some of the oldest preserved examples include the melodies of Samaveda, which dates back to 1000 BC. They're still sung even to this day. The Samaveda and other Hindu texts influence India's classical music tradition, with styles with both Carnatic and Hindustani music. Currently, India's music applies to a variety of religious, classical, folk, film, rock, and pop music and dance. And the appeal of traditional classical music is on the rapid decline, especially for the younger generation. Now, most of the music, modern Indian music, is actually translated to written for mainstream Indian cinema, mainly Bollywood. In fact, over 70% of music sales in India come from music written for the movies. Pretty cool stuff. And then we have paintings of India. There are some of these paintings from Ajanta, Bagh, Ellora, and Sitan Avasal. And typical paintings testify to the love of naturalism. Most early medieval art is Hindu, Buddhist, or pagan. Freshly made carved floor design is still found outside the doorstep of many temples and Indian homes. And there's all sorts of paintings that make a big part of Indian art in the modern days, including the painting we have here in the right. These are all different paintings here of India and its rich cultural heritage. And then we have sculptures dating all the way back to the Indus Valley civilization, where made of stone and bronze. And later, as Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism developed, they made some intricate bronze statues along with temple carvings. Some huge shrines were not constructed by not using block, but solid block. Sculpture produced in the northwest India display a strong blend of Indian classical, Hellenistic, or even Greco-Roman influence. Because remember, they trade with the Romans and the Greeks, so they had plenty of that. Now, the statue to our right is the statue. Now, the one in the picture here is the Statue of Unity. Now, interesting fact about this statue, it is the world's tallest statue. And get this. This statue is 597 feet tall. Nearly 600 foot tall. And it depicts the Indian statesman and independence activist Vallabhbhai Patel, who was India's first deputy prime minister and home minister of independent India, and an adherent to Gandhi. And he was highly respected for his leadership in uniting 562 virgin states of India to form a single union. It was constructed back in 2013, and it was completed on October 30th, 2018. Made of steel framing reinforced by concrete and brass coating. Yeah, it is a massive statue. To put this perspective, this is nearly it is almost twice as tall as the Statue of Liberty. I mean, that is massive. I mean, it makes the Statue of Liberty look like a tiny little statue. It's huge. It's massive. Then we get to India's architecture. India is very rich in architecture, just like everything else. I mean, it's evolved throughout the entire, for thousands of years, been evolved. They include lots of Buddhist. During the period of the Maurya and Gupta empires, there are Buddhist architectural complexes found there, including the caves of Ajanta and Ellora. And in fact, with Buddhist and Hindu temples have such strong influences that Angkor Wat was all the way in Cambodia was heavily influenced by Buddhist and Hindu architecture itself, and they got tons of buildings still from those time periods still built based on Hindu. There's also Islamic architecture that was brought in from in the West to create a mixture between India and Islamic style architecture, which includes the Qutb complex in Delhi, and of course the Taj Mahal and the Red Fort Delhi are very famous Indo-Islamic architectures that were built during that era of the coast. And then the British colonial brought some of their own style that were inspired by the British, like the Victoria Memorial in Calcutta, for example. But yeah, India's culture and architecture is extremely complex. I wonder if it's in the sim or is it just a building? The Taj Mahal is in the sim, yes. Taj Mahal is very much in the sim as an actual building. And of course, the last thing about culture, there's quite a bit about more culture. I think there's a couple. Next is India in terms of sports. Field hockey is considered to be the national game of India, but it's not actually the most popular sport. In fact, the most popular sport in India is by far cricket. Cricket is massive in India. I'm not kidding. Cricket is an enormous deal. India's cricket team has been one of the most successful in the world, has been India. And cricket attracts so much attention in India, it's not even funny. India's culture, but India's cricket game is just, it's massive. It's played almost everywhere in the country. You might be able to see cricket. In cricket plays a huge role in India's culture, and top players attain celebrity status and influential figures in the country. And of course, India has a long-standing rivalry with Pakistan's cricket team, which makes some of the most watched television broadcasts in the world come with cricket games between India and Pakistan. Outside of that, though, football is also popular too in the Indian state of Kerala, which is the home of football in India. Of course, other games they play, chess. Chess was actually originated somewhere in northwestern India, was chess. And of course, they also have martial arts too, been around for thousands of years as well as martial arts, and even yoga, which originated here in India. So yeah, and that brings me to interesting about soccer. Yeah. Soccer, again, but it's nothing. Soccer does not compare to India's popularity to cricket. I would say that much. And then finally we have cinema. India is absolutely one of the world's largest cinema hubs. They've been around since the late 20th century. India's been a massive cinema juggernaut. They include many film productions like Mumbai, Hyderabad, Kolkata, Bangalore, and Delhi, and much, much more. In fact, for a number of years, the film industry of India has ranked first in the world in terms of annual film output and third in the box office. Now, cinema in India is composed of multilingual and multi-ethnic film arts, and Hindi cinema represents 44% of box office revenue, and is a global enterprise with films having wide viewership and fan base throughout South Asia, and has even spread internationally. And there's lots of influences in modern Indian filmmaking. And they make all sorts of different genre styles from. They make all sorts of things. They make epics. They make all sorts of things. They make epics, drama, theater, musicals, and even music videos. Have all been parts of India's cinema talents. And India has got some very rich variety of filmmaking, and that makes it a great power. Indian filmmaking has been. They've won a lot of awards for their film stuff as well. And there's even Indian winners of the Academy Awards. In fact, 13 Indians have been nominated and 8 have won Oscars, including the Academy Award winner. In fact, yeah, India basically has a very rich history as well. So definitely, in fact, most of India's thing is called Bollywood. Yeah, so many words like Bollywood. Correct. Yeah, and the reason why it's called Bollywood, that's because of Mumbai. That was because the official name of Mumbai used to be Bombay, and it translated to Bollywood because of Bombay. But back in India, Mumbai was a huge part of the film industry. That's one thing that helped through its economy. So yeah, that made sense. Oh, you mentioned the statue? I don't think the statue's in the sim, but if India ever got a world update, that statue's probably getting added. Super Typhon. If India's getting a world update like you said it's going to be, I bet you that statue's going to be added. I mean, it is one of the things my marks. I know US Senate can get really cheesy. Oh yeah, it seems like Bollywood's hold my beer. Yes. Yes. Yeah, Bollywood. Yes, absolutely, Mongo. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, there's some absolute crazy stuff in Bollywood. They take things to another level. I know there's a really good film in India that was just released last year. It's called RRR, Triple R. Basically, it centers around two fictional versions of two Indian revolutionaries back in the day. It's fictional versions of it, but it's been nominated for a ton of awards over the past couple of years. As well, and they're getting multiple awards for original song music and all that. But it's been one of the most universally acclaimed films, not just in India, but for the Western films too. Tennessee has cheese too. We have Dollywood. We have Dollywood. But, I mean, yeah, but the difference is that Bollywood is about India's film industry. Dollywood is a theme park owned by Dolly Parton. Bollywood is like Dukes of Hazzard on acid with current. Pretty much, that is pretty much the case. Absolutely. So, believe it or not, we are about 117 nautical miles. So, here are some fun facts about India that you guys might want to know. So first, cows are considered sacred in India. It's a fact that I think needs to be talked about more. Is cows are indeed sacred in India. You know what I'm thinking? Wait, that makes no sense. Why are cows sacred in India? Well, the main reason why cows are sacred are sacred is because it represents Mother. The cows in Hinduism represents Mother Earth as a source of goodness, and its milk nourishes all creatures. Shiva, a central Hindu deity, is often portrayed in stories recounting his life as a cowherd and referring to him as a child who protects cows. And that's why you see a lot of cows walk around the streets and everything in many parts of India, because they are sacred. So that is very much a fact. I think, and there's even, and cows themselves are even protected by their own set of rules in the Indian Constitution, which means if you kill one, it's technically a crime. So please don't. India also, it is, there are tons of religious buildings you can find in India. There's over 300,000 mosques and over 2 million Hindu temples can be found all over India, which is a lot of religious buildings. Now, the popular board game Snakes and Ladders has actually originated in India. Snakes and Ladders is actually originated here in India. It originated in India as Mashka Patam, and it was brought into the UK in the 1890s. In this game, the board was numbered, grid of squares, the number of ladders and stakes are pictured on the board. And the object of the game is to navigate one game piece from the start to the finish by climbing ladders, but hindered by falling down snakes. And it was very popular for young children and all that. And has grown since into a very popular board game. So yeah, that's an interesting fact a lot of people didn't know about. The world's largest sundial is located here in India, located in the town of Jaipur. It's home to the largest sundial, which is a towering 27 meters or 90 feet tall, which is really tall for a sundial. Oh, and here's a fun fact about the Taj Mahal. Here's an interesting one about the Taj Mahal, actually. During the Second World War, they actually disguised it as a bamboo stockpile. I kid you not, that's actually... So they actually, they covered the entire palace with bamboo scaffolding. I kid you not. That actually happened during World War II as well. Now that's a fun fact that a lot of people didn't know about. In some places, they actually use Coke and Pepsi as pesticides. I kid you not, that actually is another thing too. But we don't know if that's even true as well. That's weird. One of the oldest ancient surviving city is the city of Varanasi. It's the oldest surviving city. Is Varanasi, India. It is one of the oldest cities in the world still surviving, and it's been inhabited for 2,500 years. As well, it's a very, very old city. It's still continuously inhabited even today. And the last fun fact is that the Amazon Golden Temple serves free meals for thousands of people for free. How crazy is that? So yeah, that is some fun facts about India. I think I like that. And guys, I think it's time to start making a descent. We're going to go around 2,500 feet, so we're going to make our descent over the 2,500 feet, because we are around 500. Okay. Let's do it, guys. Let's go ahead and make our descent. So yeah, guys, we're finally making the descent over into Nagpur, India. yeah, we're about less than 100 nautical miles away from our final destination for today's trip. Thank you guys so much for coming along onto today's flight. But what a great stream today, guys. The turnout was fantastic for today's stream. Thank you guys so much for coming along on today's flight. Let's see, as we descend, we're going to see who was flying along with us. We had Mongo in the Cessna 414 with us. Yeah, today was a great stream. Very, very happy with today's flight over India as well. I learned something about India that I bet none of you guys have never realized before, how much about India, that there's still a lot to learn about the country. This part of India is definitely nice. The central region, that's a very, very nice hills and mountains. It's very pretty scenery here in India. So, I did put this slide, unfortunately. This is some of the landmarks we want to find in India. There are quite a few really memorable landmarks in the country. So let me go over a few of the iconic landmarks here you could find in India. Number one is the Red Fort in Delhi. This was built under Shah Jahan and considered the apex of Mughal in architecture design. This UNESCO World Heritage Museum is one of Delhi's top destinations. Then we have the Mehrangara Fort, built as the royal legacy of Rajasthan, located here in Jodhpur. It is one of the largest fortifications in all of India, right over the blue city of Jodhpur. And then, of course, the Taj Mahal. It's one of the world's great wonders, a bucket list for millions of people wanting to visit the Taj Mahal. Believe it or not, the Taj Mahal was actually built as a tomb for his beloved wife, of Shah Jahan's beloved wife, Mumtaz Mahal, and it's an absolutely beautiful building made of white marble. Absolutely, an amazing wonder. Like I said, if you're to visit one wonder in India, I think most people visit the Taj Mahal. But there are actually more interesting facts about that place. It took 20 years and 20,000 workers to build the Taj Mahal. In order to transport all the building materials to Agra, they'd use 1,000 elephants to transport all the marble and stuff, the red sandstone. And throughout the day, the Taj Mahal can change colors through the day, because the white marble using structure allows color changes for daytime. For example, in sunrise, it can turn to yellow and to a desolate deep blue of nighttime. They also use 20 different types of jewels used for it. And if you want to look at a building cost, expect in today's equivalent of money to $1 billion to build this thing. $1 billion! As much as a sport venue is nowadays, which is pretty insane. And the Taj Mahal is around 240 foot tall, which is about half as high as the Great Pyramid of Giza. But yeah, those are some pretty interesting facts. Yeah, that was a pretty fun fact about the Taj Mahal. There's quite a lot more. There's the Golden Temple in Arministar, the Golden Temple. And it's covered in brilliant layers of gold leaf. But there's so many iconic landmarks all throughout India. I mean, there's just so many buildings connecting all of India. Yeah, there is that, well, yeah, those are some of India's fun facts to learn about the country. There are tons of. So then we're going to go ahead and talk about the next slide. And this is our destination for today. We're going to be heading to Nagpur, India. This is our destination. It's the third largest city in the winter capital of the state of Maharashtra. It's the 13th largest city in India by population, and it's projected to be the 5th fastest growing city in the world from the years 2019 to 2035, with an average growth of 8%. In addition, the city is very important for being the important location of the Dalit Blues movement. It's the headquarters for the Hindu organization RSS, or the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh. Nagpur is also known for the Diksha Bhumi, A-class tourism pilgrimage site. It is the largest tallest stupa in the world. And of course, it's also famous for its own brand orange, variety of orange, known as the Nagpur orange, and it's given to one of the nicknames of the Orange City for a lot of the oranges. It's also the tire capital of India, as there's lots of tire reserves located in and around the city. And the city itself was founded back in 1702 by the Ghan king Bakht Bulan Shah and became part of the Maratha Empire. But it's got pretty rich history and culture as well. And then here's some sites and landmarks that I think you guys would like to see. Some of these landmarks include, obviously, the Diksha Bahumi, or known as the Diksha Bahumi. This stupa can accommodate more than 5,000 people. Followers of the Ambedkar in Buddhism gather here on the Ashoka Vyaja Dashimi to celebrate the amalgamation of many Dalits in Buddhism. To offer tributes, there's the Ramtak Fort Temple. This temple is a rich source of mythological history. It is believed that Lord Rama took rest in this temple before conquering Lanka during the famous epic. And finally, the Akshahardam Temple. This new constructed temple is facility with a huge kitchen, parking, restaurant, and kids play area. These are just some of the landmarks to visit. They're not all of them, but these are just some of them that are worth visiting in the country. From Lonsdale and the fall, thank you. Stalin, thank you for the fall. Thanks for following along. Thank you so much for following along, Robin Stalin. We're about to land here in Nagpur, India. We're just about 59 miles away. We took off from Karachi earlier in the day. So thank you so much for coming along with me in the stream today. So yeah, we are very, very close to our stream. Yeah, we are very, very close to being. Earlier today, we also talked about India's culture and traditions and history. Earlier today as well. Let's sit a little faster. Hey, good to see you. Yeah, this is one of my favorites too. Yep, this is the DC-3. This is the Douglas DC-3. I do love the DC-3. And you come to the right place, Ramstalin. This DC-3 is the Breitling DC-3 owned by Breitling back in 2017, and I'm recreating their around the world trip. I'm recreating the around the world trip they did, starting in Geneva. This is leg 10 so far, so we completed our flights already. It's going to be 63 legs, started in Indy around Geneva, and we flew through to Zagreb, Athens, Tel Aviv, Amman, Jordan, Bahrain, Doha, Dubai, Karachi, and now we're heading to Nagpur. We're going to have tons of flights later ahead on my stream. And you come to the right place today. If you want to keep track of my streams, I have a Discord as well. But we are flying the DC-3 around the world. And it will give you all sorts of links to a bunch of new stuff as well. Yeah, it is awesome. This is my big journey I've been planning for the whole year. And next Sunday is going to be leg 11, and this is going to be the longest leg of the trip, possibly for the rest of the journey. It's going to be taking off from Nagpur, and we'll be flying over to Chiang in Bangladesh. It's going to be a long flight, 1,200 nautical miles. It should be around 8 hours. For my stream, it should be around, with how fast I'm flying, like 160, 70 knots, it should be around, like 8 hours. It's going to be the longest stream I've ever done. It's going to be a long flight. Yeah. In addition to this as well, I'm also streaming on Wednesdays. I do a variety of GA and airline stuff on Wednesdays. So yeah. I do quite a bit of stuff for my stream. Yeah, I'm very excited to continue on the journey. But we'll be visiting all over the world. We'll be going through, we'll fly through Bangkok, Phuket, later on the journey, Kuala Lumpur, Singapore, and that's just Southeast Asia. But yeah, these are just some really fun and exciting flights. And also on my streams, you get to learn about, exactly, it is great commitment, and I completely agree with it. I'm very happy with it too. And also on my streams too, we will learn about history stuff. You get to learn more about the places we fly, about the history, the culture, and all that, about all the places we fly over, so we get to actually learn something about my experiences. And this is what I've been doing since my first stream back in May 2021, when I did Major League Baseball back in that as well for my first series. But yeah, I think that is, I'm very excited. So we're about 340 nautical miles left to go. 34 nautical miles left to go. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about our final place and destination for this afternoon flying. We're visiting Dr. Baba Shahid Ambedkar International Airport, or Gujarat Alpha November Papa. This international airport serves the city of Nagpur, India. and it covers an area of 1,355 acres of land and was named after the chief architect of the Constitution of India and one of the founding fathers of the Republic of India, B.R. Ambedkar. This airport handles around 8,500 passengers per day and caters to 4 domestic airlines and 2 international airlines, connecting it to places like Sharjah in the UAE, Doha, Qatar, and 11 domestic destinations. It's also home to the Nagpur Air Force Station of India's Air Force. And this airport was actually first commissioned back in the First World War, believe it or not, in 1917 and 1980. 1917 and 1918. So this airport actually is a lot older than you think. In fact, this airport was actually the hub of the night airmail service all throughout India, when planes left from Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras every night returned home base after exchanging the mail here at Nagpur, and operated from 1949 to 1973. Yeah, this little airport is definitely a pretty cool little airport as well. But yeah, they have currently some of their destinations include Air Arabia flights to Sharjah. Air India has flights to Mumbai. Indigo, which is a low-cost airline in India, they operate a lot of flights within India, like Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Delhi, Goa, and more. And they're going to offer more flights. And of course, Qatar Airways flies here to Doha. But it's definitely a pretty neat little airport as well. Yeah, really, really cool place as well. So yep, we are about 24 nautical miles. So we are going to land on runway 32, and that's because before we get landing, I want to explore a little bit about Nagpur and take some local, like if we did a local flight, and take pictures of Nagpur, and then make our landing back in 32. I think it would be great to do some local flying around the local area and take some good pictures. I think that would be pretty awesome, and that was the final slide for today's trip. Earlier today, around Dallas, we did slides about everything about India. We were talking about how India is rich in religious and cultural diversity. It has rich wildlife, rich amount of wildlife, and even learned some few words and phrases about India. So basically, we learned everything about India, which is really cool to learn about. So yeah, thank you guys so much for coming along on today's trip. So yeah, we're about to make our way to Nagpur. I'm going to go ahead and do exclamation point predict, type in the negative number, and we can get ready for our landing soon. So yeah, we're about to make our final approach here into Nagpur. I mean, today has been a very good flight today in the DC-3. I had lots of fun today. Let's explore the city of Nagpur for a little bit. Let's quickly explore the city. Thanks for the stream, love the history, and love the classic craft. Oh, thanks for saying the kind words there, Longo. Yeah, I'm just happy that I'm happy there are no bandwidth issues with the servers today, which makes me really, really happy because now I don't have to worry about my data going in and out. That means I get good satellite data. There's Nagpur Airport. There's where let's. So this is Nagpur, India. Just wanted to explore this area for just a second. Like I said, most of it is auto-generated, unfortunately, so just a brief overlook. Nice. And I know exactly where to park. Park, and we're gonna turn colors. And there we go, guys. We can officially wrap up the end of today's journey, guys. We made it to Nagpur, India. We have officially done leg number 10 of the Breitling DC-3 journey from Karachi to Nagpur. So that was a really fun flight, and I think everyone for the turnout on today's stream has been fantastic. So thank you guys so much. So, what do you guys want me to plan for Wednesday's stream? Because we're going to be taking the airliners back out. I was thinking a flight from Fiji. Maybe I'll do a flight from Fiji to French Polynesia if that's not too far. I guess maybe that's too far. Maybe do it from Samoa to French Polynesia, but I definitely want to fly into that area. That would be for Wednesday's stream, and then on Sunday we have the big one. This would be the last Sunday stream before I go on vacation, but it's gonna be the long one. 1,222 nautical miles from Nagpur to Chiang Mai. We'll be flying through Bangladesh and Myanmar on our way there. It's gonna be the longest stream I've ever done. But yeah, it's going to be a very long and very important stream on this journey. Seriously, for all the new follows, everyone in the chat, thank you so much. And let me take you to where we're going to be rating on today's trip. We're going to go ahead and say hello to my good friend, Two Cats. So guys, thank you so much for today's stream. It's been awesome. An awesome trip, and I think we're gonna see you guys very soon. Make sure you all stick around for the raid, and take care, everyone. See you all on Wednesday. Bye.